Success is not something that comes casually. It's not something that you stumble upon by accident. If you want success, if you truly desire to achieve the life of your dreams, you must be obsessed with it. You've got to think about it, talk about it, live it, and breathe it. You must let that desire for success fuel every action, every decision, and every step you take. It's easy to look at someone who's made it, someone who's reached the top, who's living that dream lifestyle, and say, I want what they have. We all want the end result, don't we? The cars, the homes, the freedom, the satisfaction of knowing you made it. But how many of us are truly willing to put in the work? How many are willing to become obsessed with the process? That's the key difference between those who achieve their dreams and those who merely wish for them. Because wishing won't do it. Success requires a burning desire, a hunger. Now, let me be clear, obsession is a powerful force. It can either work for you or against you. If you let it drift into negative areas, it can consume you in destructive ways. But when you channel that energy, when you harness it and point it toward the attainment of your goals, it becomes a driving force. It becomes the engine that powers your journey to success. When I was in my 20s, I met a man who changed my life. He was a man who embodied success, financially, spiritually, and in his relationships. I asked him, how do I get to where you are? And he said something that changed my life forever. He said, Jim, if you want to have what I have, you've got to be willing to do what I did. That hit me. It hit me because it made me realize that success wasn't just about what you wanted. It was about what you were willing to do, what you were willing to sacrifice, and most importantly, what you were willing to become obsessed with. It's not just about having goals. It's about turning those goals into something you think about constantly. It's about waking up with a goal on your mind, working on it throughout the day, and going to bed with it still burning in your thoughts. It's about developing a level of focus so sharp that nothing can sway you off course. But here's the truth, and it's a hard truth. Most people aren't willing to do that. They're willing to work hard for a while. They're willing to be disciplined for a time. But when the going gets tough, when the road becomes steep, they start to lose that focus. Their obsession begins to fade. And that's when dreams die. Not in the failure of an attempt, but in the slow erosion of commitment. I've seen it time and time again. People start out fired up. They start out with enthusiasm and excitement. But when they don't see results right away, when the rewards don't come as quickly as they'd hoped, they begin to waver. They lose that obsessive drive, that focus on success, and they settle. They settle for mediocrity. They settle for good enough. They say things like, maybe this is all I was meant to do, or maybe success isn't for me. I'm telling you, success doesn't belong to the maybe crowd. It doesn't belong to the I tried group. Success belongs to those who are obsessed, those who have an unwavering commitment, a singular focus, and an insatiable hunger to achieve. It belongs to the people who don't make excuses, the ones who, even when faced with adversity, keep pushing forward because they're driven by something deeper than just a want. They're driven by an obsession with success. Now, obsession isn't just about working harder. It's about working smarter too. It's about being strategic. It's about knowing when to pivot, when to change direction, and when to double down. It's about having the awareness to understand that every failure, every setback is not the end, but merely a stepping stone. If you're truly obsessed with success, you don't view failure as final. You see it as feedback. You see it as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to come back stronger. Michael Jordan didn't become the greatest basketball player by talent alone. Yes, he had talent, but more than that, he had an obsession. He was obsessed with being the best. He practiced harder than anyone else. He stayed longer in the gym. He studied his opponents. He studied his own game. He was obsessed with every detail that could make him better. But I'm telling you, obsession doesn't mean that the path will be easy. It doesn't mean you won't face challenges, obstacles, or even moments of doubt. In fact, the more obsessed you are, the bigger the challenges might seem because you're constantly pushing your limits. But here's the beauty of it. When you're obsessed with success, those challenges don't stop you. They energize you. They fuel you because you know deep down that every obstacle you overcome brings you one step closer to your goal. And here's another thing you need to understand. Obsession isn't a part-time job. It's not something you turn on and off like a switch. It's a full-time commitment. You can't be obsessed with success on Monday and then take Tuesday off. You can't be focused for a month and then slack off for the next 2. No, obsession requires consistency. It requires that you show up every single day, no matter how you feel, no matter what's happening around you. It's like planting a garden. You don't plant seeds one day and expect a full harvest the next. No, you plant, you water, you tend, and you nurture those seeds every single day. You protect them from the elements. You give them the attention they need, and eventually, with time, patience, and care, they grow. But the moment you stop, the moment you neglect that garden, it starts to wither. The same is true for success. If you want to reap the harvest, you must tend to it daily. You must be obsessed with its growth. Now, you might be thinking, Jim, this sounds exhausting. This sounds like a lot of work. And you're right. It is. But here's the thing. Anything worth having is going to require effort. Anything worth achieving is going to demand that you give more than you've ever given before. It's going to require sacrifice. It's going to require discipline. It's going to require that you push yourself to levels you didn't even know you were capable of reaching. But I'll tell you this, it's worth it. Every bit of it. Because when you finally reach that level of success, when you look back and realize just how far you've come, you'll understand that the obsession was necessary. You'll understand that it wasn't just about the result, but about who you became in the process. Success isn't just about achieving a goal. It's about transforming yourself into the kind of person who is capable of achieving that goal. And that transformation only happens when you are fully, completely, and unapologetically obsessed with your own success. Success is not something you pursue. It's something you attract by the person you become. You become the person capable of handling success when you let your obsession drive you to improve, to get better every day, to never settle for anything less than your very best. And I'm telling you, people are going to notice. People are going to see that fire in your eyes, that unrelenting drive. Some will admire you for it. Others might try to pull you down. There will be those who don't understand why you're so focused, why you're willing to sacrifice your time, your comfort, and sometimes even relationships for your success. But remember this, Success isn't for everyone. It's for the few who are willing to do what others aren't. Are you willing to be one of the few? Are you willing to be obsessed with your own success? Think about that for a moment. Not just interested, not just curious, but truly obsessed. Because that's what it's going to take. That's the price you have to pay. You know, Mr. Schoaf told me something else that stuck with me. He said, Jim, most people major in minor things. Isn't that powerful? Most people spend their lives focused on things that don't matter. They waste their time, their energy, and their potential on distractions. But if you want to be successful, if you want to rise above the crowd, you've got to major in the things that matter most. You've got to be obsessed with the things that will lead you to your goal. And you've got to let go of everything else. So what are these things that matter most? What should you be obsessed with if you're serious about success? First, you must be obsessed with your vision. Your vision is the blueprint of your future. It's the picture of what you want your life to look like. It's where you're headed. You have to see it so vividly in your mind that it feels real before it even happens. I remember being dead broke. I didn't even have enough money to afford a decent pair of shoes. But I had a vision. I could see myself in my mind's eye, living in success, surrounded by the fruits of my labor, able to give generously to those in need, traveling the world, experiencing the best life had to offer. That vision was so real to me that despite my current circumstances, I never doubted that I would achieve it. It didn't matter that my bank account was empty. It didn't matter that people told me I was dreaming too big. I knew where I was headed, and I let that vision guide me. And here's something important. Your vision needs to be clear, but it also needs to be compelling. It has to light a fire inside of you. If your vision doesn't make you jump out of bed in the morning, if it doesn't keep you up at night because you're so excited about making it a reality, then it's not strong enough. It's not going to carry you through the tough times. A strong vision fuels your obsession, and that obsession will pull you through when others give up. You've got to be obsessed with your daily habits. I cannot stress this enough. Your success is determined by what you do every single day, not just what you do once in a while. People like to think that success is this big, grand event that happens all at once. But success is really the result of small, consistent actions compounded over time. It's the little things. What time you wake up, how you spend your mornings, how you manage your time, how you treat others, how disciplined you are with your task. It's easy to let the small things slip. It's easy to think, oh, it's just one day, I can take it easy today. But I'm telling you, every time you let your standards slide, every time you compromise on your habits, you're moving one step further away from success. Your daily habits have to be in line with the success you want to achieve. And once you find the habits that work, you got to be relentless in your pursuit of them. You got to be obsessed with making sure you do what you need to do every day, no matter what. Look at any successful person, and I guarantee you they have a set of habits they follow religiously. They have routines that keep them on track, that keep them moving forward. And here's the key. They don't just do these things when they feel like it. They do them every single day, whether they feel motivated or not. That's where obsession comes in. When you're obsessed with your success, you don't need motivation to do the work. The obsession itself drives you. There were days I didn't feel like making another phone call, meeting another client, or staying up late to figure out my next move. But I did it anyway. Why? Because I was obsessed with where I was going. I knew that every call, every meeting, every decision was another brick in the foundation of my success. And because I was obsessed, I didn't need someone else to push me. I didn't need external motivation. It was inside me, driving me to keep going, to keep building, to keep moving toward that vision. Another critical area of obsession is personal development. You've got to be obsessed with improving yourself. All of it. Mr. Schoaf used to tell me, Jim, don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better. That's the secret. Success is not about avoiding difficulties. It's about becoming the kind of person who can overcome them. And you do that by constantly working on yourself. Read the books, attend the seminars, learn from mentors, surround yourself with people who are better than you. You've got to feed your mind with the ideas and information that will elevate your thinking. You've got to practice the skills that will make you more valuable in the marketplace. Because here's the truth. The more valuable you become, the more success you attract. But it doesn't happen by accident. It happens because you're obsessed with getting better every day. You're obsessed with learning, growing, and stretching yourself beyond what you thought was possible. And here's another thing about personal development. It's not a destination. It's a journey. You're never done. Even when you reach one goal, there's always another level to attain. There's always more to learn, more ways to grow. The moment you think you've arrived, you start to stagnate. And stagnation, my friends, is the enemy of success. When you're truly obsessed with success, you're never satisfied. You're always looking for ways to improve, ways to become more efficient, more effective, more impactful. Think about the greats, whether in business, sports, or any field. They never stop learning. They never stop pushing themselves. Look at someone like Warren Buffett, one of the wealthiest men in the world. He reads 5 to 6 hours a day. He's constantly learning, constantly improving. Why? Because he knows that personal development is the key to staying on top. He's obsessed with growing his knowledge, with understanding the world better, with making smarter decisions. That's the kind of obsession you need if you want to reach the pinnacle of success. Now, here's one more thing you need to be obsessed with. Your mindset. Your mindset is everything. It determines how you respond to challenges, how you see opportunities, and how far you're willing to go to achieve your goals. A strong, resilient mindset is the foundation of success. And just like anything else, it requires constant attention and cultivation. You've got to be obsessed with developing a mindset of abundance, of positivity, of resilience. You've got to train your mind to focus on possibilities, not limitations. You've got to teach yourself to see setbacks as opportunities to learn, not reasons to quit. You've got to develop the mental toughness to keep going, even when everything around you seems to be falling apart. I'm telling you, your mind can be your greatest ally or your greatest enemy. It can either push you forward or hold you back. And the difference comes down to how you train it. Are you feeding your mind with positive, empowering thoughts? Or are you letting negativity and doubt creep in? Are you filling your mind with ideas that expand your vision? Or are you letting fear and worry shrink your dreams? When you're obsessed with success, you guard your mind like a fortress. You don't allow negative influences to take root. You don't let other people's doubts or criticisms affect your belief in yourself. You stay focused on your vision, and you fill your mind with the thoughts and beliefs that will get you there. Now, some people will tell you that obsession is unhealthy. They'll say you need to be balanced, that you need to take it easy, that you're working too hard. But let me ask you this. How many people who preach balance are actually living the life you want to live? How many of them are where you want to be? I'm not saying balance isn't important, but here's what I believe. There's a time for balance, and there's a time for obsession. And if you're serious about achieving success, you need to be obsessed, at least for a season. You need to be willing to put in the time, the effort, the focus that most people won't. The truth is, success requires a level of commitment that most people aren't willing to give. It requires a level of focus and determination that makes others uncomfortable. It requires an obsession that drives you to keep going, even when it's hard, even when it's inconvenient, even when it seems like you're not making progress. Because here's the thing, progress isn't always visible in the moment. Success doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of consistent, obsessive effort over time. So, if you're not obsessed with your success yet, ask yourself, why not? What's holding you back? Are you afraid of failing? Afraid of what others might think? Afraid of putting in all that effort and not seeing results right away? I'm telling you, those fears are natural, but they can't stop you. You've got to push through them. You've got to let your desire for success become stronger than your fear of failure. Think about it. If you're truly obsessed, if you're committed to your vision, your habits, your personal development, and your mindset, how can you not succeed? How can you not achieve your goals when you're putting in the work day in and day out, relentlessly focused on where you're going? Success is inevitable when you're obsessed with it. It may not come on the timeline you expect, but it will come, because obsession leads to action, and action over time leads to results. So ask yourself today, are you ready to become obsessed with your success? Are you ready to commit fully, to focus relentlessly, and to do whatever it takes to achieve your dreams? Because if you are, if you truly embrace that level of obsession, nothing can stop you. Nothing. If you really want to become the most productive version of yourself, you have to understand that productivity is more than just checking boxes. It's more than filling up your calendar or squeezing in a few extra hours of work. Real productivity is about moving the needle forward. It's about getting meaningful results. Because it's not about how busy you are. It's about what you accomplish. It's about doing the work that matters. And that's what we're going to focus on. How you can make every hour of your day contribute to something greater, something meaningful, something that takes you closer to your goals. The first step in being more productive is gaining some clarity. Before you can be productive, you have to be clear. Clarity is the foundation of productivity. Think of it this way. If you don't know what you're aiming for, how will you know if you've hit the mark? How will you know if you're making progress or just moving in circles? So the first step in becoming productive is to be absolutely clear about what you want to achieve. You need a vision. You need a goal. This isn't about setting vague or distant dreams. It's about defining specific, actionable targets that you can work toward each day. When you have clarity, every action has a purpose. You're not just doing things for the sake of doing them. You're doing them to get closer to your goals. Now, this kind of clarity doesn't just happen. It requires time, reflection, and deep thought. You have to sit down and ask yourself the big questions. What do I really want? What are my priorities? What will make a difference in my life 5, 10 years from now? And here's the secret. When you start answering these questions honestly, you'll discover that some things you thought were important really aren't. You'll find that some things you've been spending time on aren't actually taking you toward your goals. That's the beauty of clarity. It shines a light on what matters and clears away what doesn't. Once you have clarity, the next step is to set goals. And I'm talking about real concrete goals. You need goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And those are SMART goals. You've probably heard that before, and that's because it works. When your goals are clear and specific, you give yourself a target to aim at. You know exactly what success looks like, and you can track your progress along the way. But setting goals isn't enough. You have to break those goals down into manageable steps. Too often people set big, ambitious goals and then feel overwhelmed by them. But if you break those goals down into daily, weekly, and monthly tasks, they become a lot more achievable. Here's something crucial. Once you've set your goals, you have to prioritize them. I want you to think about your priorities like a series of circles, each one smaller and more focused than the last. In the outermost circle, you have all the things you could do, everything that's on your radar. In the next circle, you have the things that are important, the things that you really want to accomplish. And in the center circle, you have your top priorities, your non-negotiables, the things that you absolutely must get done. Productivity is about focusing on that center circle. If you spend your time and energy on low priority tasks, you'll never get to the things that really matter. So make a commitment to prioritize the tasks that have the biggest impact, the ones that will move you closer to your goals. And you also got to watch how you're spending your time. Time management is a massive piece of the productivity puzzle. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, but the way we use those hours is what sets high performers apart. You see, it's not just about filling up your schedule. It's about managing your time in a way that maximizes your output and minimizes wasted effort. Start by breaking your day into blocks of time and assign specific tasks to each block. This is called time blocking, and it's one of the most effective ways to stay focused and get things done. When you know exactly what you're supposed to be working on at any given time, it eliminates decision fatigue and helps you stay on track. And you have to stay focused. Focus is the multiplier of productivity. It's not enough to just sit down and start working. You have to be fully engaged in what you're doing. And in today's world, focus is a rare skill. We're constantly bombarded with distractions. Each one of these distractions takes us out of our flow. And it can take 15 to 20 minutes to get back into a state of deep focus after an interruption. So if you want to be productive, you have to learn to eliminate distractions. Here's a little technique I learned back in my early days. The idea is simple. You work for 25 minutes, take a 5-minute break, and then repeat. After 4 cycles, you take a longer break. This technique works because it gives your brain regular breaks, preventing burnout and helping you maintain high levels of focus throughout the day. But here's the key. During those 25 minutes, you have to be completely focused on your work. Just pure, undivided focus. You begin to follow a routine that allows you to be more productive. Routines are powerful because they create consistency. When you have a routine, you don't have to think about what to do next. You just follow the pattern you've set up. This not only saves you mental energy, but also makes it easier to build productive habits. If you start every day by reviewing your goals and priorities, you're setting yourself up for a focused, productive day. If you end every day with a quick review of what you accomplished, you create a sense of closure and prepare yourself for the next day. Routines turn productivity from something you try to do into something you automatically do. Here's a big one. Saying no. Learning to say no is one of the most valuable skills for productivity, yet it's one of the hardest. We all want to be helpful. We all want to say yes to opportunities, but every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your goals, you're saying no to something that does. Think about that. Every time you take on an extra task that doesn't move you closer to your goals, you're taking time and energy away from what matters. So, practice saying no to the things that don't align with your priorities. Guard your time like it's the most valuable asset you have, because it is. I want you to take a few minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you accomplished. Did you make progress on your goals? Were you focused, or did you let distractions get in the way? This daily reflection gives you a chance to course correct. It allows you to see what's working and what isn't, so you can make adjustments and get back on track. And when you make reflection a regular part of your routine, you'll find that you're able to make steady, consistent progress toward your goals. And here's the thing. Productivity isn't just about managing your time. It's about managing your energy. Think about it. You could have a full 8 hours to work on a project, but if you're exhausted, you're not going to get much done. So, take care of your physical and mental energy. And don't forget to take breaks. Working nonstop might seem productive, but it actually leads to burnout and decreased performance. So, take time to recharge, and you'll find that you're able to work more effectively in the long run. And make sure that you're setting deadlines. There's a reason why deadlines work. They create a sense of urgency. When you have a deadline, you're more likely to focus, to eliminate distractions, and to push through challenges. Even if you're working on a personal project, set a deadline for yourself. And don't make it too far off in the future. Give yourself a reasonable amount of time, but make it tight enough that you feel the need to stay focused. Deadlines create momentum, and momentum is one of the most powerful forces for productivity. And here's the key: incremental progress. So often we think that productivity means making huge strides. But the truth is that real productivity is about small, consistent steps. It's the compound effect in action. Small actions, repeated consistently over time, lead to big results. Don't underestimate the power of small daily actions. Whether it's spending 15 minutes a day reading, setting aside time each week for planning, or taking a few minutes each day to review your progress, these small actions add up. And when you're consistent with them, they create a ripple effect that amplifies your results over time. Imagine this. You have clarity on your goals. You're prioritizing high-value tasks. You're blocking time for focused work. You're minimizing distractions. You're taking care of your energy, and you're reviewing your progress each day. What do you think will happen? You'll start to see results. You'll start to feel a sense of momentum, a sense that you're moving closer to your goals each day. And that feeling, that sense of accomplishment, is one of the most powerful motivators there is. Discipline is what separates ordinary performance from extraordinary achievement. When you make discipline the foundation of your daily actions, you're building a structure that can withstand distractions, setbacks, and fatigue. Every person who's consistently productive knows that discipline is the fuel that powers progress. Motivation may get you started, but it's discipline that keeps you going. It's the habit of following through, of showing up every day to make progress on your goals. Without this commitment to action, productivity remains just an ideal, something people aim for but rarely achieve. Take a look at any productive individual, and you'll see they have routines that support their goals. These routines aren't accidental. They're built carefully and maintained with effort. Routines remove the need for constant decision-making, saving mental energy for the work that truly matters. When you start your day with a predictable structure, your mind is free to focus on high-priority tasks rather than wondering what to do next. Creating a reliable routine can transform the way you approach each day, making productivity a natural extension of your actions. And of course, you must stay disciplined. Just like focus, discipline becomes a habit that reinforces itself over time. Each time you follow through on your commitments, each time you stay true to your routine, you build that foundation a little stronger. Productivity becomes less about forcing yourself to work and more about simply following the structure you've put in place. Discipline isn't about perfection. It's about progress. With each disciplined action, you're moving a step closer to your goals. Over time, the momentum of this progress builds upon itself, creating a powerful sense of accomplishment and motivation. One thing you've got to understand is the value of preparation. So often people jump into tasks without a plan, without thinking things through, and they wonder why their productivity stalls. I'm telling you, productivity without preparation is like a race car without fuel. It's not going far. Preparation is about laying the groundwork so that when it's time to execute, you're ready. Measure twice, cut once. Because when you've taken the time to plan, when you've thought through your actions, you're not just busy, you're productive. Preparation is the time you take to get clear on what needs to be done, to think about the resources you'll need, and to eliminate potential obstacles before they come up. Imagine the builder who starts constructing a house without a blueprint. He might make some progress, but sooner or later, he's going to hit a wall. That's why planning is so essential. It's how you clear the path before you walk it. And here's the thing. The better your preparation, the smoother your execution. Productive people prepare so that when it's time to act, they're unstoppable. And once you've mastered the art of all of those ideas, those philosophies, then you can master the art of completion. So many people start projects with enthusiasm, only to lose steam halfway through. But productive people know that productivity isn't just about how many things you start. It's about how many things you finish. Completion brings a certain satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment that boosts your confidence and drives you forward. I'm telling you, there's a big difference between knowing you're productive and actually feeling productive. Completion gives you that feeling, that proof that you're moving forward. Think about it. When you finish what you start, you build momentum. It's like gathering steam. Every completed task fuels the next one. But when you leave things half done, your mind starts to weigh down. You start to feel scattered, distracted, uncertain. So commit to finishing what you start. You'll find that when you focus on completing tasks, your productivity naturally increases because each success gives you energy for the next. I want to leave you with one last thing. Be resilient. This is critical because productivity isn't just about smooth days where everything goes right. Real productivity is what you do when things go wrong. It's how you respond to setbacks, to challenges, to obstacles that come up along the way. Because they will come up. Resilience is what allows you to keep going, to adjust your approach when necessary, and to get back on track when things go off course. You see, productive people don't let failure stop them. They know that setbacks are just part of the journey. They learn from them, adapt, and keep moving forward. And resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. So embrace those tough days, those unexpected problems. They're what strengthen your resilience. And that resilience will make you a force to be reckoned with in whatever you set out to achieve. In the end, true productivity is about preparation, completion, and resilience. It's about laying a solid foundation, seeing things through, and bouncing back when life throws you a curveball. When you build these principles into your life, productivity becomes not just something you do, but something you are. And that's where the real transformation begins. You'll start to notice a shift. You'll find that your days feel less chaotic, less filled with trivial tasks, and more aligned with what truly matters to you. The work you do will feel more purposeful, and each day will bring you closer to the goals you've set. You'll no longer measure productivity by how much you've done, but by the value you've created. And remember, this journey toward becoming the most productive version of yourself is not a race. It's a gradual process of growth and improvement, a series of small, consistent actions that lead to big results. The changes you make may feel small at first. A little more focus here, a bit more discipline there. But over time, these small shifts compound. They create a foundation that supports everything you do, giving you the strength to achieve what you set out to do. This journey of productivity is not just about reaching a destination. It's about transforming into someone who makes the most of each day, who stays committed to what matters, and who finds purpose in their work. So what will it be? You see, life is a mixture of opportunity and difficulty. It's a package deal. And it's the person who learns how to navigate both, how to turn the difficulties into stepping stones and use the opportunities wisely, who finds themselves ahead of the game. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd say that's a worthwhile skill to master. Obstacles are a given. success is not. But here's the magic. The seeds of success are often hidden in those very obstacles. Picture this. You're climbing a mountain. The path is steep. The rocks are loose, and the air gets thinner as you go higher. Now, you could look at all that and say, this is just too much. I'm turning back. Or you could say, this climb is tough, but every step takes me closer to the view from the top. Every loose rock teaches me balance. Every gasp for air builds my stamina. Same mountain, same climb. The difference is in your mindset. How we perceive an obstacle determines whether it becomes a stumbling block or a stepping stone. Tell me, how do you see the challenges in your life? Are they walls that block you, or are they ladders that help you climb higher? That's worth reflecting on, because how you answer could shape your entire future. There was a young man that I know who came to me with a heavy heart. He'd lost his job, a job he thought was secure. He was devastated. He said, "What am I going to do now?" And I told him, well, first, let's take a moment to grieve. It's okay to feel the loss. But after that, let's ask a better question. What's next? I told him that losing a job might feel like the end of the road, but it could just as easily be the beginning of a better one. That young man took the advice to heart. He didn't sit and wallow. He looked at his skills, his dreams, and the opportunities he hadn't explored because he'd been so focused on staying in his comfort zone. Long story short, that obstacle turned into the launch pad for a career he never imagined he could have. He didn't just land on his feet. He soared. And it all started with a change in perspective. You see, challenges have a way of revealing strengths we didn't know we had. They test our resilience, stretch our creativity, and force us to grow. Now, I won't sugarcoat it. Growth can be painful. It's not easy to be pushed out of your comfort zone. But isn't it interesting that the comfort zone is never where the magic happens? Think about it. Have you ever achieved something extraordinary while staying perfectly comfortable? I'd bet the answer is no. Here's another angle to consider. Obstacles are like weights in a gym. When you first pick up that heavy dumbbell, your muscles protest. They ache. But over time, as you keep lifting, those same muscles grow stronger. The resistance is what builds the strength. Life works the same way. The obstacles we face are resistance, and by pushing through them, we build the muscle of character. Some people look at a storm and see nothing but destruction. Others see the chance to rebuild stronger, better, more prepared. Which one are you? Because how you see it will dictate how you respond to it. And don't forget, some obstacles aren't meant to be conquered right away. Sometimes the best course of action is to step back, reassess, and try a different approach. Remember, a river doesn't fight against the rock in its path. It flows around it. Over time, the river shapes the rock, not by force, but by persistence. That's a powerful lesson in patience and adaptability. Two men found themselves stranded in a desert. Both carried the same amount of water, the same supplies, and faced the same scorching sun. The first guy looked around and thought, there's no way out of this. It's hopeless. I might as well sit here and wait for the end. And so he did, exhausting his resources without taking action. The second guy, faced with the same bleak circumstances, thought, this is tough, no doubt about it. But if I conserve my resources, keep moving, and look for signs of life, I might find a way out. He rationed his water, paid attention to the horizon, and eventually stumbled upon a caravan that rescued him. Now think about that. Both men started in the same place, with the same resources. The difference wasn't in their circumstances, it was in their mindset. One gave up before he began, and the other believed there was still a chance, no matter how slim. That belief drove action, and that action created a different result. The lesson here? A positive mindset doesn't guarantee success, but it dramatically increases your chances. A negative mindset, on the other hand, guarantees failure because it keeps you from even trying. Your perspective shapes your actions, and your actions shape your outcomes. So ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow? What's the opportunity hidden here? The key is to develop the habit of asking better questions. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Ask, what can I do about this? Or, what's the lesson here? Better questions lead to better answers. Better answers lead to better results. And don't forget the role of discipline. Facing obstacles takes more than just optimism. It takes effort, grit, and persistence. You have to show up, even when it's hard, even when it feels like you're not making progress. I'm telling you, there's nothing like persistence to wear down a challenge. Think of a farmer planting seeds. He doesn't see results overnight. He doesn't dig up the seeds every day to check on them. He trusts the process, waters the soil, and waits. Obstacles are like that. They take time to overcome. But if you keep working, keep believing, and keep moving forward, the harvest will come. Sometimes the obstacle itself holds the key to overcoming it. There's an old story about a king who placed a boulder in the middle of a busy road. People walked around it, complained about it, and cursed the king for not clearing the path. But one day a man came along and decided to move the boulder. Underneath it, he found a bag of gold and a note from the king saying, "The obstacle in your path is also an opportunity." It's a reminder that challenges often come with hidden rewards. But only those who are willing to face the challenge discover them. Think about an obstacle you're facing right now. Ask yourself, what's one thing I can do today to move closer to a solution? Whatever it is, take that first step. It doesn't have to be big. It just has to be forward. And you can't overlook the importance of perspective. When you're in the middle of a challenge, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why it helps to step back and look at the bigger picture. Ask yourself, will this matter a year from now? 5 years from now? Sometimes the obstacle that feels so enormous today is just a small bump in the grand scheme of things. Another powerful tool is gratitude. It might sound strange to talk about being grateful when facing obstacles, but it's one of the most effective ways to shift your mindset. When you focus on what you're grateful for, even in the midst of difficulty, you find the strength to keep going. Being grateful doesn't make the problem disappear, but it changes how you see it. Remember, too, that you're not alone in this journey. Life's challenges are universal. Everyone faces them. Some people face them with fear and retreat. Others face them with courage and advance. Which group do you want to belong to? When you decide to face obstacles with courage, you inspire others to do the same. Your example can be a beacon of hope for someone else. So don't underestimate the ripple effect of your perseverance. Life is a series of hills and valleys. You'll have times when everything seems to go your way and times when it feels like the world is against you. But in both situations, your response is what matters most. Will you let the good times make you complacent? Will you let the hard times break you? Or will you use every experience, good and bad, to become stronger, wiser, and better equipped for the journey ahead? Keep this in mind. You are stronger than you think. You are more capable than you give yourself credit for. And the obstacles you face today are shaping the person you'll become tomorrow. Don't wish for an easier path. Wish for the strength to walk the one you're on. And then take the next step, and the next, and the next. Have you ever noticed how a diamond is formed? It starts as a lump of coal, buried deep beneath the earth, under unimaginable pressure and heat. Over time, that pressure transforms the coal into something extraordinary, a diamond. The same principle applies to us. The pressures of life, the heat of challenges, they're uncomfortable, sure, but they have the potential to refine us into something far greater than we were before. The key is to endure the process and trust the outcome. Sometimes the obstacle isn't outside of us, it's inside. Fear, doubt, procrastination. These are internal barriers that can be just as formidable as any external challenge. But here's the good news. Because they're internal, they're within your control. You can challenge your doubts, face your fears, and take action despite them. You see, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's taking action in spite of it. How many of us procrastinate? Have you ever caught yourself saying, I'll start tomorrow? But tomorrow turns into next week, next month, next year. Meanwhile, the obstacle looms larger and larger, not because it's actually grown, but because your lack of action has given it power. Action is the antidote to procrastination. Even a small step can break the cycle and build momentum. I knew a man who dreamed of running a marathon, but he wasn't a runner. In fact, he wasn't even in good shape. The thought of running 26 miles was overwhelming. But instead of focusing on the entire marathon, he focused on one simple goal: running to the end of his driveway. That was it. He didn't let the size of the challenge paralyze him. He started small. And do you know what happened? That one step led to another and another. Eventually, he ran a mile, then 5, then 10. And yes, he finished the marathon. What seemed impossible became possible because he didn't let the obstacle intimidate him. He took it one step at a time. Now think about your own life. What's the marathon you've been putting off? What's the big dream or goal that feels too daunting? Instead of fixating on the entire journey, focus on the next step. Break it down into something manageable. Success is often less about giant leaps and more about consistent steps in the right direction. And don't forget, the company you keep has a tremendous impact on how you handle obstacles. Surround yourself with people who encourage you, challenge you, and believe in you. It's hard to soar like an eagle when you're surrounded by chickens, as the saying goes. If the people around you are constantly pointing out what's wrong, what's impossible, what's risky, it's easy to adopt that mindset. But if you're around people who see challenges as opportunities, who ask, how can we make this work? then that perspective starts to rub off on you. Think of it like this. If you plant a seed, give it water and sunlight, and protect it from weeds, that seed has a good chance of growing into a strong, healthy plant. But if you plant it in rocky soil, ignore it, and let weeds choke it out, its chances aren't so good. Your mind is the same way. The people you spend time with are part of the soil. Choose wisely. Another powerful tool for turning obstacles into opportunities is self-discipline. Discipline is what keeps you going when motivation fades. And I'm telling you, motivation is fleeting. It's like a spark. It can get you started, but it won't keep the fire burning. Discipline, on the other hand, is the fuel. It's the consistent effort to do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. And the more disciplined you become, the more equipped you are to face life's challenges head on. Think about an athlete training for the Olympics. They don't wait until they feel like training to hit the gym. They don't skip practice because they're tired. They show up day after day, rain or shine, because they're focused on the goal. That's the kind of discipline it takes to turn obstacles into stepping stones. Now, here's something that's often overlooked: the importance of rest and recovery. Sometimes the best way to tackle an obstacle is to step back, recharge, and come at it with fresh eyes. Think of it like sharpening a saw. If you try to cut down a tree with a dull blade, you'll wear yourself out without making much progress. But if you take the time to sharpen the blade, the work becomes easier and more effective. The same is true for you. When you're overwhelmed, exhausted, or burned out, your ability to think creatively and solve problems diminishes. So don't underestimate the value of rest. It's not laziness, it's preparation. It's sharpening the saw so you can tackle the obstacle more effectively. And you also got to have faith. Whether you call it faith in yourself, faith in a higher power, or faith in the process, belief is a powerful force. When you believe that the obstacle can be overcome, you're more likely to find a way to overcome it. But when you convince yourself that it's impossible, you've already lost the battle. Now, faith isn't a substitute for action. It's not about sitting back and hoping for a miracle. It's about combining belief with effort. When you do that, amazing things start to happen. Doors open. Opportunities appear. Solutions reveal themselves. Think about the Wright brothers. At the time, the idea of human flight was considered impossible. They faced skeptics, failures, and technical challenges at every turn. But they had faith. Faith in their vision. Faith in their ability to solve the problems in front of them. And because of that faith, they persisted. And today, their impossible dream is a reality. Every breakthrough in history started as an obstacle. The key is to see the obstacle for what it really is, an opportunity in disguise. It's an opportunity to grow, to learn, to innovate, and to prove to yourself what you're capable of. So when life throws a challenge your way, don't shy away from it. Embrace it. Ask yourself, what's the lesson here? How can this make me better, stronger, wiser? And then take action. Because the only way to overcome an obstacle is to move toward it. Remember, the difference between stumbling blocks and stepping stones is how you use them. So let's make a decision today, right here, right now. Let's decide to use every challenge as a stepping stone to something greater. Let's decide to see obstacles not as barriers, but as opportunities waiting to be uncovered. Because once you make that decision, there's no limit to what you can achieve. I was sitting with a friend of mine. We were talking about life, success, and all the ways we can either push ourselves forward or, without realizing it, hold ourselves back. He said to me, "Jim, I don't understand. I'm a nice guy. I try to help everyone. I never say no. But somehow, I'm not where I want to be. People walk over me. Opportunities slip away, and my success is stuck in neutral." I could see the frustration on his face, but more importantly, I saw the problem. It's a problem that many of us face, and it's this: being too nice. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be kind, generous, or respectful. In fact, these qualities are crucial. But being too nice, in the wrong way, for the wrong reasons, and without boundaries, can hold you back from success. Here's why. It will kill your success. I know about 5 ways that this can happen to you that I want to talk about. Maybe you have more, but here it is. One way being too nice will destroy success is this: you become a people pleaser. You see, when you're too nice, your focus shifts. You're no longer chasing your dreams. You're chasing approval. Instead of making decisions that align with your goals, you start making decisions that align with what will keep everyone happy. You start saying yes to every request, every demand, every favor, thinking that by pleasing others, somehow you'll win. But here's what happens. When you're constantly trying to please everyone, you start to lose yourself. You lose your voice. You lose your priorities. You lose your time. Think about it. Have you ever said yes to something that you didn't really want to do? You agreed because you didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. Or maybe you were worried about what they'd think if you said no. But what happens when you keep doing that? You find yourself running around, handling everyone else's business, while your own life, your own goals are left unattended. You might think you're being helpful, but all you're doing is delaying your success. People who are too nice often forget that success requires focus. And focus means learning the power of saying no. No to distractions. No to demands that don't serve your purpose. No to constantly bending and reshaping yourself to fit the expectations of others. If you're always saying yes, if you're always putting other people's needs ahead of your own, how are you supposed to reach your goals? How are you supposed to grow and develop if all your energy is spent trying to keep the peace? The reality is, you can't. Here's another way being too nice will destroy success. When you allow people to take advantage of you. You see, there's this idea that being nice will lead to good things. And sure, sometimes it does. But there are also people out there who will see your kindness and think of it as weakness. They will see that you're willing to give, to accommodate, to compromise, and they'll exploit it. They'll take more than you're willing to give. And because you're too nice, you'll keep letting them. Before you know it, you're overworked, underappreciated, and drained emotionally, mentally, and physically. Now, some people might say, "Jim, Isn't it good to help others? Isn't it good to be generous with your time and energy? And the answer is yes, but within limits. You see, there's a difference between being helpful and being used. If you're too nice, you're not drawing the line between those two things. And when there's no line, people will cross it again and again. Success requires boundaries. It requires knowing when to say, enough is enough. It requires knowing your worth. If you're giving and giving and giving, but never standing up for yourself, how can you expect to succeed? How can you expect to have the energy and the resources left to pursue your own dreams if you've spent it all trying to help others who don't appreciate it? It's important to remember, not everyone has your best interests at heart. Some people only care about what they can get from you. And if you're too nice, if you're afraid of offending them, you'll keep letting them take. There's a great quote that says, you teach people how to treat you. If you don't set boundaries, if you don't stand up for yourself, you're teaching others that it's okay to take advantage of you. You're teaching them that your time, your energy, your resources don't matter. And when that happens, you're not only losing your chance at success, you're losing your sense of self. Here's another one. Being too nice can lead to indecision. You see, when you're constantly trying to make everyone happy, it becomes hard to make decisions. You start second-guessing yourself. What will they think if I choose this path? Will they be upset if I go this direction? You become paralyzed by the fear of disappointing someone, of causing conflict, or of being seen as selfish. So what do? You put off making decisions. You delay, you procrastinate. You wait for some magical moment when everything will line up perfectly and no one will be upset. But here's the truth. That moment never comes. And in the meantime, opportunities are passing you by. Opportunities that could move you forward, that could lead to your success, are slipping through your fingers because you're too busy worrying about what others will think. You've heard me say it before. Indecision is the thief of opportunity. And it's true. Every time you hesitate, every time you put off a decision because you're afraid of ruffling feathers, you're losing ground. Success doesn't come to those who wait for everyone's approval. It comes to those who are decisive, who know what they want, and who are willing to go after it, even if it means making tough choices. Being too nice often means you're afraid of making those tough choices. You want to keep everyone happy, and in doing so, you make yourself unhappy. You hold yourself back from making the decisions that could propel you forward because you're too worried about causing discomfort. Now, I'm not saying you should be reckless or ignore the feelings of others entirely, but there's a balance. You need to be able to weigh your options, make a decision, and move forward without constantly worrying about how others will react. If you spend your life trying to avoid conflict or discomfort, you'll never make the bold decisions that lead to success. And remember, success is often uncomfortable. It requires stepping outside your comfort zone, taking risks, and sometimes it means disappointing people. That's just part of the journey. So, what do? How do you stop being too nice and start moving towards success? It starts with self-awareness. You need to recognize when your desire to be liked, to be nice, is holding you back. You need to understand that saying no, setting boundaries, making decisions that align with your goals, these are not acts of selfishness. They're acts of self-respect. They're necessary if you want to achieve anything meaningful. Think about it. When you're too nice, when you're constantly putting other people's needs ahead of your own, what message are you sending? You're telling yourself and the world that your needs don't matter. You're telling yourself that your goals, your dreams, your success are secondary to everyone else's. And if you keep doing that, you'll never reach the success you're capable of. You'll always be stuck, spinning your wheels, wondering why, despite your best efforts, you're not getting anywhere. Now, let's consider another point. Being too nice can also make you soft when it comes to accountability. When you're too focused on keeping the peace, on being liked, you avoid the difficult conversations that are necessary for growth. Whether it's in business, relationships, or your personal development, success requires accountability. It requires being able to look at a situation, recognize where things need to change, and take action. But if you're too nice, you're going to avoid those tough conversations. You'll let things slide because you don't want to upset anyone. You'll tolerate subpar performance, whether it's from yourself or from others, because you're too afraid to rock the boat. This is where being too nice can really damage your success. You can't hold people accountable if you're constantly worried about how they'll feel. You can't hold yourself accountable if you're always looking for the easy way out. Success demands high standards, and sometimes those standards are uncomfortable. Sometimes they require you to call someone out, to have a hard conversation, to say, this isn't working, and we need to fix it. But if you're too nice, you'll keep letting things slide. You'll keep making excuses, both for yourself and for others, and in the process, you'll let opportunities slip away. You'll let mediocrity creep in, and once that happens, your success is at risk. Tell me, how many times have you avoided a difficult conversation because you didn't want to seem harsh or unkind? How many times have you let something slide, thinking, it's not worth the trouble right now? Being too nice will make you a master of postponing problems. You think you're maintaining harmony, but in reality, you're delaying the inevitable, and that delay will come at a cost. Success is built on the foundation of discipline and high standards. If you let things slide because you want to be nice, what you're really doing is allowing things to unravel slowly. Maybe it's in your business. You see an employee consistently underperforming, but you don't say anything because you don't want to seem too demanding. Or perhaps it's in your personal life. A friend or family repeatedly oversteps your boundaries. And instead of addressing it directly, you smile and nod. But what happens over time? Those small slips add up. In the case of your business, you're losing efficiency, money, and credibility. In your personal life, resentment begins to build. Being too nice can keep you stuck in this loop of avoidance and complacency. You tell yourself you're being kind, but deep down you're afraid. Afraid of the confrontation. Afraid of the discomfort. Afraid of rocking the boat. But here's the thing. Success requires that you rock the boat sometimes. Success demands that you face those tough conversations head on, because only by addressing the issues can you grow, can you improve, can you move forward. When you're too nice, you weaken your own standards. You start tolerating things that deep down you know aren't acceptable. Why? Because you don't want to make waves. You don't want to come across as too strict or too rigid. When you lower your standards for the sake of being nice, you lower the quality of everything around you. You lower the quality of your results, the quality of your relationships, and ultimately, the quality of your success. I'm telling you, there's a reason why the most successful people in life are not afraid to set high standards. They understand that excellence requires it. They know that if you're going to achieve anything worthwhile, you have to demand the best from yourself, from your team, from the people around you. But when you're too nice, you're afraid to demand the best because you're afraid it might offend someone or it might make you seem unreasonable. Here's the truth. Success is not about being nice all the time. It's about being fair, being firm, and being clear. It's about understanding that the pursuit of excellence requires discipline, and sometimes that discipline is uncomfortable. It requires that you hold yourself to a higher standard, even when it's tough, even when it's unpopular, even when it means saying no or delivering feedback that might sting. Here's another major way that being too nice will destroy your success. It's when you confuse kindness with weakness in leadership. See, leadership is about making the right decisions, not the easy ones. But if you're too nice, you'll often find yourself choosing the easy road, thinking it will keep people happy. You might hesitate to make a difficult decision because you don't want to upset the team. Or you might avoid setting firm guidelines because you want to maintain a friendly atmosphere. But here's the problem. People crave strong leadership. They want someone who will take charge, set the course, and make the tough calls when necessary. If you're too nice, you can end up compromising your leadership by trying to be everyone's friend. But leadership isn't about being liked all the time. It's about being respected. It's about guiding your team, your organization, or even yourself toward a higher vision, toward greater success. And sometimes that means making decisions that won't be popular. It might mean making a tough call that causes short-term discomfort, but is necessary for long-term growth. Think about the great leaders of history, the ones who made a real impact. Were they always nice? No. Were they always liked? Not necessarily. But they were respected because they made the right decisions, even when those decisions were hard. They didn't let their desire to be liked get in the way of doing what needed to be done. And that's a key distinction. When you're too nice, you let that desire to be liked drive your decisions, and as a result, you weaken your leadership. What does it mean to be a strong leader? It means being decisive. It means being willing to stand firm in the face of opposition. It means holding people accountable, including yourself. It means setting a vision and sticking to it, even when it's difficult. And here's the critical point. None of that is compatible with being too nice. If you're too worried about hurting someone's feelings, about being liked, about maintaining harmony at all costs, you'll compromise your leadership. You'll hesitate when you should act. You'll avoid confrontation when you should address issues head on. And over time, that erodes not only your effectiveness as a leader, but also the respect others have for you. They might like you, sure, but they won't see you as someone who can lead them to success. Another crucial part of leadership that gets destroyed by being too nice is accountability. See, people want to be held accountable. They want to know where they stand, what's expected of them, and how they can improve. But when you're too nice, you might shy away from giving that feedback. You might sugarcoat things, or worse, avoid giving feedback altogether because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings. But in doing so, you're doing them a disservice. You're robbing them of the opportunity to grow. And here's the flip side. When you're too nice, you also let yourself off the hook. You might make excuses for your own performance, telling yourself, I'll do better next time, or it's not a big deal. But success requires that you hold yourself to the highest standard. You have to be your own toughest critic. You have to look in the mirror and ask, am I really giving my best? And if the answer is no, you need to make changes. But if you're too nice, you'll avoid that honest self-assessment. You'll let things slide, and in the process, you'll slow down your own progress. Here's another way that being too nice can mess you up. When you're too nice, you attract the wrong people. You see, people who are too nice often find themselves surrounded by individuals who take advantage of their kindness, who drain their energy, and who contribute little in return. These are the people who latch on to you because they know you'll always say yes. They know you'll always, help them out, always be there for them, and always bend over backward to meet their needs. But these are not the people who will push you towards success. These are not the people who will challenge you, inspire you, or support you in achieving your goals. In fact, the opposite is true. When you're too nice, you often end up carrying people who should be carrying themselves. You take on their problems, their burdens, and their responsibilities because you don't want to seem selfish. But what happens? You get weighed down. You get pulled off course. And before you know it, you're spending more time dealing with other people's issues than you are focusing on your own success. The reality is, you need people around you who will lift you up, not drag you down. You need people who will challenge you, who will push you to be better, who will hold you accountable. And if you're too nice, if you're always saying yes to everyone, you won't have room for those people in your life. You'll be too busy taking care of everyone else's needs to focus on your own growth. And I'm telling you, that's a recipe for disaster. So, what's the solution? It's simple. You need to be selective. You need to be willing to say no to the people who aren't contributing to your success, who aren't helping you grow. You need to be willing to set boundaries to protect your time, your energy, and your focus. And most importantly, you need to surround yourself with people who will push you to be better, not those who will drain your resources without giving anything in return. Success is not about being nice to everyone all the time. It's about being discerning. It's about knowing when to say yes and when to say no. And when you master that balance, you'll find that the people who truly matter, the ones who will help you succeed, will respect you all the more for it. Because they'll see that you're not just nice, you're strong, you're focused, and you're committed to your own success. People act like hard work is an ironclad formula for success, like it's the one surefire way to make it big. Now, I'm not here to tell you hard work doesn't matter, because it does. Of course it does. Hard work in and of itself can help you get places, can help you build a reputation, can help you achieve competence. But here's what you need to know. Hard work alone won't guarantee you success. Hard work alone won't be the golden ticket you may have been led to believe it is. And why is that? Because while hard work is valuable, what it takes to achieve true success goes beyond it. How many people out there are working hard every single day and yet aren't experiencing significant success? Think about it. They put in the hours. They put in the effort. They're grinding, but they aren't reaching those heights of achievement that success truly demands. It's important to recognize that hard work is only part of the formula. If hard work was all it took, every construction worker, every janitor, every single person toiling in fields or factories, they'd be millionaires, billionaires even. And that's not the case, is it? So, what is it then? What else do we need if hard work alone won't get us there? That's what we're going to talk about today. Success doesn't come from effort alone. It's about making sure your hard work is leading you somewhere, that it's aligned with a clear direction, with knowledge, with connections, with opportunity, and with a mindset that's equipped to handle the success you're aiming for. So, the first critical ingredient that goes beyond hard work: direction. Picture this. You're on a boat and you're rowing with everything you've got, giving it every ounce of strength you have. But if you're rowing in circles or heading away from your destination, that hard work is doing what? It's wasting energy. And that's the story of so many people's lives. They've got the energy, they've got the will to work hard, but they haven't taken the time to decide where they're going. They haven't set their aim. Success starts with a clear sense of direction. And you might be thinking, well, how do I find that direction? Sometimes people feel they need to have it all figured out before they start working. And that's not what I'm saying. Finding direction is about clarity, setting clear goals, and choosing a destination. You start by understanding what it is that you want out of life, not just in broad terms, but in specifics. Here's a key question. What does success look like to you? Because without that clarity, hard work can feel a lot like running on a treadmill. It's a lot of movement, a lot of sweat, but you're not moving closer to where you want to go. When I was young and full of ambition, but lacking in knowledge, Mr. Schoaf told me something I'll never forget. He said, if you don't know where you're going, you'll probably end up somewhere you didn't plan to be. And that hit me like a ton of bricks. Because at that time I was working hard, I was putting in the hours, but I had no clear direction. And without direction, you'll end up anywhere. Hard work needs a target to aim for. And that target is your purpose, your destination. When we talk about direction, it isn't only about a career or a job title. It's about what fulfills you, what you want to contribute, and what you want to accomplish. When you've got that locked in, then your hard work becomes purposeful, focused, and strategic. Hard work alone is like a vehicle without a steering wheel. It's powerful, but it's directionless. And that's not the only thing we need. We also need knowledge, another key ingredient that adds value to our hard work. Because while you may be working hard, if you're not knowledgeable in what you're doing, if you don't strive to gain insight and skill, your work will be limited in its impact. It's like knowledge is a multiplier for hard work. It magnifies and sharpens your efforts, taking them further than raw labor ever could. Imagine this. Two people are working just as hard as each other, day in and day out. But one has spent time studying the field, learning the tricks of the trade, building skill sets. Their hard work is worth more because they've added a layer of knowledge on top. Think of it like this. You could hammer nails all day, or you could learn how to build a house. It's not about labor. It's about learning to apply that labor effectively. I once had a conversation with a young man who came to me after one of my seminars, and he was frustrated. He said, "Mr. Rohn, I've been working so hard, but I'm not seeing any progress. I'm not getting the results I want." So I asked him, "How much time have you spent learning, developing yourself, growing your knowledge?" And he looked at me a bit confused. In his mind, he was doing everything he thought he needed to do. But hard work, without the addition of knowledge, will limit your ability to grow and succeed. You can't rely solely on hard work. You have to keep investing in yourself. You have to learn to be effective in what you're doing. Because the more you know, the further your hard work will take you. Knowledge allows you to see opportunities where others see obstacles. It opens doors that are closed to the unprepared. It brings you closer to people who can help lift you up, people who recognize and respect skill and understanding. Hard work, when combined with knowledge, becomes much more powerful, more targeted, and more likely to yield results. It's not just about working harder, but about working smarter. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Because ignorance costs you, sometimes dearly. Ignorance means missed opportunities, poor decisions, and wasted effort. Knowledge, on the other hand, is the fuel that powers your hard work forward. It makes every hour you put in count for more. It transforms labor into mastery, struggle into strategy. And it's those who are strategic in their hard work that find success in ways others don't. Here's another critical component that goes beyond mere hard work, and that's adaptability. Life is unpredictable. It's filled with twists, turns, setbacks, and surprises. The ability to adapt, to stay flexible in your approach, is just as important as working hard. Because when things don't go according to plan, if you can't pivot, all the hard work in the world won't get you where you want to go. We've all met someone who's resistant to change, right? Maybe you've been that person yourself at some point. You get into a routine, you find a way of doing things that feels comfortable, and you stick to it. But success doesn't reward the stubborn, it rewards the flexible. You can be working incredibly hard at something that no longer serves you or isn't aligned with the changing landscape. And if you're not willing to adapt, you'll get left behind. It's like trying to navigate with an old map. The terrain changes, the path shifts, and if you're not ready to adjust, you're in trouble. I remember a time early in my career when I was working hard, doing what I thought was right, following a strategy that had worked well up until that point. But things started changing. The market, the needs of my clients, even the tools we used. At first, I resisted. I kept telling myself that if I just worked a little harder, pushed a little more, everything would go back to the way it was. But life doesn't work that way, does it? It moves forward, whether we like it or not. And I had to make a choice. Adapt or stay stuck. Once I embraced change, adjusted my approach, I found myself on a path to new levels of success that I wouldn't have reached if I'd stubbornly clung to what once worked. Adaptability requires awareness, a willingness to look at reality and make the necessary shifts. And here's the secret. People who adapt see opportunity where others see disaster. They see a chance to learn, to grow, and to keep moving forward. Instead of fearing change, they embrace it. And because they do, they reap rewards. Hard work must evolve with the times. We can't rely on yesterday's solutions for tomorrow's problems. Adaptability isn't only about changing your strategies, it's about changing your mindset too. A rigid mindset, thinking that things should be a certain way, often leads people to frustration and ultimately burnout. When you're not flexible, you end up exhausted because you're fighting reality, struggling against the very circumstances that could be offering you new directions and new ideas. But if you approach challenges with a mindset that's open to change, that's ready to see new possibilities, then your hard work transforms from mere labor into progress, into movement. It becomes growth. Think about the farmers of old. They knew that they couldn't control the weather, but they could adapt to it. They could observe the patterns, adjust their planting and harvesting times, even change their crops if necessary. And that adaptability was the difference between thriving and struggling. It's the same with us today, in any field, in any pursuit. We have to be willing to adapt, to adjust, and to let go of methods that no longer work. Hard work rooted in flexibility is work that will bear fruit over time. Relationships are another key to success that can't be replaced by hard work alone. Success isn't achieved in a vacuum. It's not a solo act. Even the most brilliant minds, the hardest workers, need connections, partnerships, and mentors. Relationships bring us opportunities that we can't create on our own. They open doors that hard work alone won't unlock. People often say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But I'd take it one step further. It's who you know that's willing to help you. I remember my own mentors, the men who guided me, who gave me advice, who invested in me. Without them, my hard work wouldn't have taken me half as far. Those relationships taught me the value of shared wisdom, of learning from others who had been down the road before me. There's no substitute for the support, insight, and encouragement of people who genuinely want to see you succeed. They help you avoid pitfalls, they share opportunities, and they push you to grow in ways you couldn't do on your own. Building strong relationships takes time, respect, and a willingness to give before you get. You don't just show up when you need something. You invest in people. You support them. You show up for them too. And when you do that, you create a foundation of trust. So when you need guidance or an introduction or even just a word of encouragement, you've got people in your corner. Relationships built on integrity and mutual respect amplify your efforts and make the journey more rewarding. All these ingredients are vital if you want to turn your hard work into real success. Hard work by itself can only take you so far, but when combined with these elements, it can take you to heights you never dreamed of. And each of these elements, direction, knowledge, adaptability, and relationships, has to be nurtured, has to be worked on with as much effort as the hard work itself. Because success isn't a product of just labor. It's the product of a balanced, thoughtful, and wise approach. Here's what ties all these pieces together: your mindset. Your mindset is like the soil from which all the other aspects of success grow. It's the lens through which you see your direction, your knowledge, your adaptability, and your relationships. Without the right mindset, even the hardest work will feel like an uphill battle. But with the right mindset, every ounce of effort becomes a meaningful step forward. You see, the foundation of a powerful mindset is belief. belief in yourself, in your goals, in your capacity to grow, change, and succeed. But here's the thing. Belief isn't just positive thinking or wishful thinking. It's not telling yourself, I can do this, while feeling full of doubt underneath. Belief is a product of preparation, of laying down the groundwork, so that when challenges arise, you know you can handle them. Think of it as earned confidence. When you've put in the work, gained knowledge, built relationships, and adapted over time, you gain a sense of true, unshakable belief. And that belief will carry you through the hardest of times. In my life, I learned that nothing undermines hard work more than a defeated mindset. A negative, scarcity-driven mindset drains energy, creates doubt, and places roadblocks where there could be opportunity. I remember in my early days of sales, there were times I'd hit a wall, weeks where it felt like nothing was working. But I had to teach myself that these were temporary conditions, not permanent realities. I had to shift from a mindset of frustration to a mindset of resilience. And that's key. If you approach every setback as an opportunity to learn, every challenge as a stepping stone, you won't just work harder, you'll work wiser. A growth mindset is essential because it allows you to see hard work as part of the journey, not the end goal. It lets you view setbacks as learning experiences, as tests of character and endurance. The more you view each obstacle as a chance to grow, the stronger you become. That's why success is so much about who you become, not just what you achieve. It's about developing the kind of resilience that can handle rejection, that can weather criticism, that can push through failure. Because I'll tell you this, failure will come. Disappointment will happen. But if you've built a mindset rooted in growth, rooted in belief, you'll keep going. With the right mindset, your hard work is not just labor, it's growth. You're not just moving towards a goal, you're evolving. This mindset makes you resilient, adaptable, and focused. When you believe in yourself and are grateful for the opportunities and relationships in your life, every ounce of hard work has meaning. It becomes fulfilling in and of itself. And when you're fulfilled by the work, by the process, you're already successful, no matter the outcome. But there's another aspect of mindset we cannot forget: discipline. Discipline is the ability to follow through on your commitments, to do the work even when it's hard, even when it's not exciting, even when nobody's watching. Discipline is what separates the dreamers from the doers. Because let's be real, anyone can set a goal. Anyone can get inspired. But not everyone can sustain that inspiration through the daily grind, through the days when motivation is low. Discipline means sticking with your vision, putting in the effort consistently, even when progress feels slow. I always tell people, motivation gets you started, but discipline keeps you going. Discipline is what allows you to build momentum, and momentum is a powerful thing. Once you've got momentum on your side, every bit of effort compounds. What once felt hard starts to feel natural, and you build a rhythm that propels you forward. But discipline doesn't happen by accident. It's something you cultivate, something you build, and it's rooted in the small decisions you make every day. It's about holding yourself accountable, not for the big moments, but for the small, seemingly insignificant ones. Success is the sum of small efforts, repeated day in and day out, and that takes discipline. When you combine all these ingredients, you're no longer just working hard. You're working towards something greater. You're building a foundation for success that's resilient, sustainable, and fulfilling. Because it's not just about achieving the goal, it's about who you become on the journey to achieving it. The process shapes you, strengthens you, and prepares you for everything that comes next. With all of this in mind, think about the role of hard work now. Hard work alone is like a single ingredient in a recipe. It doesn't create the final dish by itself. Hard work is valuable, but only when combined with all these other things. When you work hard in alignment with these factors, you're not just grinding away. You're building something that will last. You're crafting a life of purpose, of contribution, of genuine achievement. And that is why hard work alone won't make you successful. Because success is a multi-dimensional journey, one that requires every part of you, not just your effort, but your wisdom, your adaptability, your connections, and your inner growth. It's about becoming the kind of person who attracts success, not just the person who chases it down. And that transformation, that evolution, is what true success is all about. One of the most powerful realizations in life is that you're in control. Not completely, of course. There are things outside of our hands. But what you do, how you think, and the choices you make every single day, that's all you. And if you're willing to take ownership of those things, you can create a life that's not just worth living, but a life that feels deeply fulfilling, one that you're proud of. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm telling you, it's worth it. Have you ever felt like you're just going through the motions? Like you're living someone else's idea of life instead of your own? Maybe you're working hard, doing your best, but still feel like something's missing. That's where this journey begins. It starts with realizing that you don't have to settle. You don't have to accept things the way they are. You can decide right here and now to take control and create the future you want. But how? That's the big question, isn't it? It's not just about wishing for something different. Wishing doesn't work. It's about putting in the work, making the shifts, and committing to a new direction. And I found that there's 7 ways, 7 principles that can guide you in this process. These aren't theories. These are practical, time-tested ideas that I've seen transform lives. Here's the first one. Know what you want. I mean, really know. If I were to sit down with you right now and ask, what do you want? Could you answer me? Most people can't. Oh, they can tell you what they don't want. That's easy. I don't want to be broke. I don't want to be stuck in this job. I don't want to feel this way anymore. But what about the other side of that? What do you want to create? What does your ideal life look like? Have you spent time thinking about that? You see, clarity is power. When you're clear about what you want, it's like flipping on a light switch in a dark room. Suddenly you can see where you're going and everything becomes easier. But most people go through life with the lights off. They stumble, they trip, and they wonder why they can't get anywhere. So the first step in taking control is flipping that switch. I remember talking to a man once who felt completely stuck in his life. He was working long hours, he was tired, and he felt like he had no direction. So I asked him, "What's your vision? What's your ideal life look like?" And do you know what he said? He said, "I've never thought about it." Isn't that something? He was working hard every single day, but he didn't even know what he was working for. And he's not alone. That's how so many people live, busy, but not purposeful. So I challenged him to take some time and really think about it. Not just what he wanted in terms of money or possessions, but what kind of person he wanted to be, what kind of relationships he wanted to have, what kind of experiences he wanted to create. And something amazing happened. As he started to get clear on his vision, he started to feel excited again. He had a reason to get up in the morning, a reason to push through the tough times. That's the power of clarity. Now, I want you to do the same. Take some time, maybe later tonight, and think about your vision. Picture it in detail. What does your best life look like? Who are you with? What are you doing? What kind of impact are you making? Don't be vague. Get specific. And here's the key. Write it down. Don't just think about it. There's something powerful about putting pen to paper, about seeing your vision in front of you. It makes it real. And don't worry if your vision feels big or even impossible. That's okay. You're not supposed to know how to get there right now. You're just supposed to know where you want to go. Because when you have a clear destination, you can figure out the steps along the way. Without that clarity, you're just wandering. And life is too short for wandering, isn't it? So that's where it begins. Get clear. Decide what you want. And let that vision guide you. Because when you know what you're aiming for, everything else starts to fall into place. Next, the second way to take control and create your destiny, take responsibility. Responsibility is a big word, isn't it? But I'm telling you, it's one of the most liberating concepts you'll ever embrace. Here's the thing. If you want to change your life, if you want to move toward that vision you've just created, it all starts with taking responsibility for where you are right now. Not blame. Let's be clear about that. But responsibility. There's a difference. Blame looks backward. Responsibility looks forward. You see, life is full of circumstances we didn't choose, situations we didn't create, and events that happen beyond our control. That's a fact. But how you respond, that's up to you. That's where your power lies. I want you to think about this for a moment. What would your life look like if, from this day forward, you decided to take full responsibility for everything in it? Not just the good things, but the bad things too. The successes, the failures, the opportunities, the challenges, all of it. I know it sounds like a heavy burden at first, but it's not a burden. It's freedom. Because as long as you blame something or someone else for your circumstances, you're giving away your power. You're saying, I can't change my life because of this thing outside of me. But when you take responsibility, you reclaim that power. You say, I might not have chosen this, but I can choose what I do about it. That's where real change begins. I met a young man who had been through some tough times. He had a rough childhood, grew up in poverty, and struggled in school. He could have easily used those experiences as excuses for why his life wasn't where he wanted it to be. And believe me, nobody would have blamed him. But instead, he made a decision, a bold decision, to take responsibility for his future. He started small, taking night classes to finish his education. He worked 2 jobs to save money and invest in himself. And little by little, he began to turn his life around. I asked him once, "What made the difference for you?" And do you know what he said? "I realized that nobody was coming to save me. If I wanted my life to change, I had to change it." Isn't that powerful? He didn't wait for someone else to fix his problems. He took ownership of his life and made it happen. Think about an area of your life where you feel stuck or frustrated. Ask yourself this: what role am I playing in this situation? What choices have I made or not made that have led me here? It's not an easy question to answer, but it's an important one. Because once you see your role in the problem, you can start to see your role in the solution. And look, taking responsibility doesn't mean you have to do it all alone. It's okay to ask for help, to seek guidance, to lean on others when you need to. Responsibility isn't about isolating yourself. It's about owning your part and doing what you can with what you have. But be careful. There's a trap here, and it's called excuses. Excuses are sneaky, aren't they? They sound reasonable. They let us off the hook. I can't start my own business because the economy's bad. I can't get healthy because I don't have time to exercise. I can't fix this relationship because the other person isn't willing to change. Sound familiar? But here's the truth. Excuses might make you feel better in the moment, but they keep you stuck in the long run. So, what's the alternative? It's accountability. Accountability says, I'm not waiting for perfect circumstances. I'm going to do what I can, where I am, with what I have. Accountability says, if it's going to be, it's up to me. That's the mindset that changes lives. Now I want you to think about this. What's one thing you can take responsibility for starting today? It doesn't have to be big, just one thing. Maybe it's your attitude. Maybe it's your habits. Maybe it's a decision you've been putting off. Whatever it is, take ownership of it and watch what happens. When you take responsibility, you take back control. You stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a creator of possibilities. And that, my friends, is how you begin to create your destiny. Next, the third principle, discipline your daily habits. Habits are the building blocks of your destiny. If you show me your habits, I can predict your future. That's how powerful they are. You see, success isn't about what you do once in a while. It's about what you do consistently. It's not about grand gestures. It's about small, deliberate actions repeated over time. Because here's the truth. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your habits. Now think about this for a moment. What do your current habits say about where you're headed? Are they moving you closer to your vision, or are they keeping you stuck? Be honest with yourself. Because if your daily actions aren't aligned with the life you want to create, it's time to make some changes. I remember when I first started to understand this concept. I was a young man, broke and frustrated, working hard but not getting anywhere. Mr. Schoaf sat me down one day and asked me a simple question. Jim, What are you doing every day to create the life you want? And you know what? I didn't have an answer. Sure, I was busy, but I wasn't intentional. I wasn't building the habits that would lead to the results I wanted. That conversation changed everything for me. From that day forward, I began to pay attention to my habits. I started small, focusing on one thing at a time. I developed the habit of reading every day because I wanted to grow my mind. I made it a habit to save a portion of every paycheck because I wanted to build financial security. And I committed to spending time with people who inspired me because I wanted to elevate my thinking. Over time, those habits transformed my life. Tell me, what habits do you need to develop to become the person you want to be? Whatever it is, start small. You don't have to change everything overnight. Just pick one habit and focus on it until it becomes part of your routine. But here's the key: consistency. It's not enough to do it once or twice. You've got to stick with it. You've got to show up every day, even when you don't feel like it. Especially when you don't feel like it. Because that's what separates the achievers from the dreamers. Anyone can set a goal, but it takes discipline to follow through. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Mr. Rohn, I've tried to change my habits before, but I always fall back into old patterns. And I get it. It's not easy. But I'm telling you, every time you fall, you have a choice. You can either give up or you can get back up and try again. And the more you try, the stronger you'll get. The secret is to keep going, to keep showing up, even when it's hard. Here's another thing to keep in mind. Not all habits are created equal. Some habits have a ripple effect. They influence other areas of your life. Working out doesn't just build muscle. It boosts your energy, your confidence, and your mental clarity. It sets the tone for your day. These are what I call keystone habits, and they're worth prioritizing. So what's one habit you can commit to starting today? It doesn't have to be big, but it does have to be consistent. Whatever it is, start now. And remember, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. As you begin to discipline your habits, you'll notice something remarkable. Over time, those small, consistent actions will compound. They'll create momentum. And before you know it, you'll look back and realize how far you've come. That's the magic of habits. They don't just change your actions, they change your life. Next, the fourth principle. Master your mindset. Your mind is the command center of your life. Everything you do, everything you achieve begins with a thought. And the quality of your thoughts will determine the quality of your life. If you've ever wondered why some people seem to rise above challenges while others crumble under them, I can tell you the answer lies in their mindset. Here's what I mean. Your thoughts create your beliefs. Your beliefs shape your attitudes. And your attitudes drive your actions. It all starts upstairs, right between your ears. If your mind is working against you, feeding you doubt, fear, and negativity, it's like trying to sail a ship with the anchor down. But when your mind is working for you, oh, that's when the magic happens. That's when you become unstoppable. I remember a moment early in my career when I faced a serious setback. I had poured everything I had into a business venture, only to watch it fail. I was devastated. My first instinct was to blame the economy, the market, or even bad luck. But then I realized something. Those thoughts weren't going to help me move forward. They were keeping me stuck. So I made a decision. I was going to change my thinking. Instead of focusing on what went wrong, I started asking myself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to get better? That shift in mindset changed everything for me. Now think about your own life. What kind of thoughts are you feeding your mind every day? Are they thoughts of possibility, growth, and hope? Or are they thoughts of limitation, fear, and doubt? Be honest with yourself, because your thoughts are either moving you closer to your destiny or pulling you further away from it. Here's something powerful. You don't have to believe every thought that pops into your head. That was a game changer for me. Just because a negative thought shows up doesn't mean it's true, and it certainly doesn't mean you have to dwell on it. You have the ability to choose your thoughts, to redirect your focus, and to train your mind to work for you, not against you. But it takes practice. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant and nurture will grow. If you plant seeds of doubt, negativity, and fear, you'll get a garden full of weeds. But if you plant seeds of belief, gratitude, and determination, you'll grow something beautiful. So the question is, what are you planting? Here's the thing. You can't change the people around you, but you can change who you choose to be around. And that's a powerful choice. So, take a look at your current relationships. Ask yourself, are these people helping me become the person I want to be? Are they pushing me toward my goals, or are they pulling me away from them? Be honest, because this is your life we're talking about. Now, I know this isn't easy. It can be hard to step away from relationships that aren't serving you, especially if they're long-standing. But sometimes letting go is necessary for growth. And remember, distancing yourself from negative influences doesn't mean cutting people off completely. It just means being intentional about how much time and energy you invest in those relationships. At the same time, you need to seek out people who can help you grow. These are the people who inspire you, challenge you, and hold you accountable. Whoever it is, make it a priority to spend time with them, to learn from them, and to let their influence shape you in a positive way. One of the most transformative moments in my life was when I met Mr. Shoaff. At the time, I was a young man struggling to find my way. But Mr. Shoaff saw something in me, potential. And he didn't just give me advice. He challenged me to think bigger, to take responsibility, and to raise my standards. His influence changed the course of my life. That's the power of surrounding yourself with the right people. Now, I want you to think about this. Who are the 5 people you spend the most time with? Write their names down. Then ask yourself, are these the people who will help me reach my goals? Are they supporting my growth, or are they keeping me stuck? If the answer isn't what you'd like it to be, it's time to make some changes. And don't forget about the importance of being that kind of person for others. If you want to attract positive, growth-oriented people into your life, you've got to be one yourself. Be the kind of friend, mentor, or partner who lifts others up, who encourages them, and who inspires them to be their best. Because like attracts like, and the energy you put out into the world will come back to you. Finally, remember this: your environment matters. Not just the people you're around, but the ideas, the energy, and the culture you immerse yourself in. Make your environment one that supports your vision, one that encourages your growth, and one that reminds you every day of the person you're becoming. The people you surround yourself with are either a circle of influence or a cage of limitation. Choose wisely, because your destiny depends on it. Next, the seventh principle: commit to lifelong growth. I hope you're starting to see something important. Your life, your destiny, isn't a destination. It's a journey. And the moment you stop growing is the moment you stop living fully. That's why this final principle is so critical. No matter where you are in life, no matter what you've achieved, there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more ways to grow. Here's what I've learned. Personal growth isn't something you do once and check off the list. It's a lifelong commitment, a daily practice. You've got to nurture it, protect it, and make it a priority. And the best part? Growth is one of the most rewarding things you'll ever experience. The person you become along the way is the real reward. When was the last time you learned something new? When was the last time you pushed yourself out of your comfort zone? Not because you had to, but because you wanted to. If it's been a while, that's okay. But let this be a reminder. It's never too late to start again. I remember when I first started my journey of growth. I was in my 20s, broke, frustrated, and searching for answers. I didn't know where to begin, but I made a decision. I was going to read every book, listen to every mentor, and learn everything I could about success, happiness, and personal development. And I'm telling you, that decision changed my life. The first thing I realized is that growth requires humility. You've got to be willing to admit that you don't have all the answers, that there's always more to learn. And that's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. Because the moment you think you know it all, you stop growing. But when you approach life with a beginner's mindset, when you stay curious and open, the possibilities are endless. Make it a habit to invest in yourself every single day. Whatever it is, commit to feeding your mind with ideas, insights, and inspiration that will help you grow. But it's not just about consuming information, it's about applying it. You've got to take what you learn and put it into practice. Otherwise, it's just theory. So when you read a book or hear an idea that resonates with you, ask yourself, how can I use this in my life? How can I turn this knowledge into action? That's where the real transformation happens. Now, here's the thing about growth. It's not always comfortable. In fact, it often feels like stretching a muscle that hasn't been used in a while. But that's how you get stronger. Growth requires you to step into the unknown, to take risks, and to embrace challenges. And yes, it can be scary at times. But remember this: everything you want, success, happiness, fulfillment, exists on the other side of your comfort zone. There was a man I knew who embraced this principle. He was already successful by most standards, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to keep growing, to keep challenging himself. So he set a goal to learn something new every year. One year, he learned to play a musical instrument. The next year, he took up public speaking. The year after that, he started a new business venture. Each challenge stretched him, taught him something new, and helped him grow in ways he never imagined. And do you know what he told me? He said that the growth he experienced was the greatest reward of all. So what about you? What's one area of your life where you can commit to growing? Whatever it is, make a plan to invest in that area. Growth isn't about being perfect. It's about being better than you were yesterday. Life is like a garden. If you don't tend to it, the weeds will take over. But if you nurture it, feed it, and give it attention, it will flourish. Your growth is the same. Tend to it every day, and you'll be amazed at what you can create. So there you have it. Commit to lifelong growth, because the person you become in the process will shape not only your destiny, but the legacy you leave behind. 7 principles, each one powerful on its own, but together they form a blueprint, a path for taking control and creating the life you truly want. So let's step back for a moment and look at the bigger picture. It all begins with clarity. If you don't know where you're going, how can you expect to get there? Your vision is your roadmap, your guiding star. But it's not enough to have a vision. You've got to take responsibility for making it happen. No excuses, no blaming, no waiting for someone else to fix your life. That power is yours. From there, it's about the daily habits. The little things you do consistently that add up to big results over time. And along the way, you've got to master your mindset. Train your mind to see possibilities instead of limitations, to focus on solutions instead of problems. Your mindset is the engine that drives everything else. But none of that matters without action. Bold, courageous action that moves you forward, even when you're scared, even when you're uncertain. And as you take action, the people you surround yourself with will either propel you forward or hold you back. So choose wisely. Find those who lift you, challenge you, and support your growth. And finally, commit to lifelong growth. Because this journey never really ends. There's always more to learn, more to discover, and more ways to become the person you're meant to be. Now remember, the life you want, the destiny you dream of is within your reach. But it won't just happen. It takes effort, discipline, and a willingness to step outside your comfort zone. It takes a decision to stop drifting and start directing your life. So here's my challenge to you. Start today. Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. Take one step, no matter how small, toward the life you want to create. Write down your vision. Take responsibility for one area of your life. Commit to one new habit. Take one bold action. Surround yourself with one inspiring person. Do one thing to grow. Just one. Because that one step will create momentum, and momentum is a powerful thing. And remember, you don't have to do it all at once. You just have to start. Because small steps, taken consistently, lead to extraordinary destinations. So, are you ready? The pen is in your hand, and the story of your life is waiting to be written. Make it a story worth telling. A story of courage, growth, and fulfillment. Your destiny is yours to create, and there's no better time to start than now. I've been asked many times why success seems to come so easily to some, while others struggle their entire lives. Why is it that with all the same opportunities, resources, and time in a day, some people seem to make progress while others stay stuck? These are important questions, and if we can answer them, we can unlock the kind of understanding that changes everything. What I've learned over the years is that success and failure are not accidental. They are governed by principles, just like the laws of nature. If you plant the seeds and nurture them, the harvest will come. But if you neglect the soil, forget to water, or let the weeds take over, the results will speak for themselves. Failure is often the result of small errors in judgment repeated over time. And here's the thing, those errors don't feel like a big deal in the moment. Each small decision seems insignificant, but compounded over weeks, months, or years, they become the reasons why people fail. Now, failure isn't the end. In fact, failure is one of life's greatest teachers if you're willing to learn from it. But for so many people, it becomes a habit. It starts small, like a crack in the foundation, and if left unchecked, it can bring the entire structure down. The good news is, just as failure leaves clues, so does success. And when you know what to look for, you can change course at any time. That's what makes life so extraordinary, our ability to choose and to change. Take a moment to think about your own life. Have you ever felt stuck in a cycle of frustration, wondering why your efforts don't seem to yield the results you're after? Or maybe you've seen others achieve what you want and asked yourself, what are they doing differently? These are the kinds of questions that open the door to growth if you're willing to answer them honestly. So, what we'll do today is take a closer look at why most people fail, not to point fingers or place blame, but to understand. Because understanding is the first step to transformation. And as we explore this topic, I want you to think about how it applies to your own life. Where have you struggled? Where have you succeeded? Let this be a time of reflection, of insight, and of action. One of the biggest obstacles to success is the lack of self-discipline. It's a simple concept, but I'm telling you, mastering it is anything but easy. Self-discipline is the ability to do what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. And make no mistake, most of the time, you won't feel like it. That's the truth. People often wait for motivation to strike, for the perfect mood or the right circumstances. But success doesn't wait for you to feel like it. Success comes when you act in spite of your feelings. Now think about how this plays out in daily life. How many times have we told ourselves, I'll start tomorrow? Tomorrow becomes next week becomes next month. And before you know it, years have passed and nothing has changed. We convince ourselves that one missed opportunity, one skipped workout, or one ignored responsibility won't matter. But here's the reality. Every decision matters. Each choice is like a brick. And over time, those bricks build the foundation of your life. Why is self-discipline so critical? Because success is not built on grand, dramatic actions. It's built on the little things. It's built on consistency. It's built on waking up early, even when you're tired. It's built on saying no to distractions, even when they're tempting. It's built on doing the work, even when no one is watching. That's the price of success. And self-discipline is the currency you use to pay it. But here's the catch. Self-discipline isn't something you're born with. It's a skill. And like any skill, it can be developed. It starts with small wins. If you've been putting off a task, tackle it today. If you've been procrastinating, take the first step right now, even if it's small. Success begins in the smallest of actions. The key is to focus on progress, not perfection. You're not trying to change everything overnight. That's overwhelming. Instead, you're building momentum one disciplined decision at a time. One of the best ways to strengthen self-discipline is to tie it to your goals. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? If your reason is strong enough, it will fuel your commitment. Weak reasons produce weak results, but strong reasons create a sense of urgency. They remind you of what's at stake. Whatever it is, hold on to it. Let it guide your actions when your feelings try to steer you off course. And hold yourself accountable. This is such a vital piece to self-discipline, accountability. When you hold yourself accountable, or better yet, have someone else hold you accountable, you're far more likely to follow through. It's easy to break promises to yourself, but when you make a commitment to someone else, there's added weight. They help keep you on track when your own resolve falters. A while back, I met a man who told me he was struggling to achieve his goals. He was bright, talented, and full of ambition, but he just couldn't seem to make progress. When we dug a little deeper, we discovered the problem. He was inconsistent. He would work hard for a week, then coast for a month. He'd start a project with enthusiasm, then abandon it when things got tough. His lack of discipline was sabotaging his success. I told him, success is predictable. If you commit to the right habits and stick with them, the results will come. He took that advice to heart. He began practicing discipline in small, manageable ways, waking up earlier, sticking to a daily routine, following through on his commitments. Over time, those small wins compounded into something extraordinary. Today, he's living the life he once dreamed of. The same can be true for you. Self-discipline is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent. It's about showing up every day, putting in the work, and trusting the process. It's about choosing growth over comfort, even when it's hard. Because the truth is, nothing worth having comes easy. If it did, everyone would have it. So tell me, where in your life could you use more self-discipline? What's one area where you've been putting off action, waiting for the perfect moment? Remember, the perfect moment doesn't exist. The time to start is now. Begin with one step, no matter how small. That's how you build the muscle of discipline, and that's how you set yourself on the path to success. Next, the second reason most people fail is a lack of clear vision. Vision is the compass that guides your life. Without it, you're like a ship without a sail, adrift at the mercy of the wind and the waves. A life without vision is reactive instead of proactive, and it's easy to mistake movement for progress. Just because you're busy doesn't mean you're headed in the right direction. And here's the hard truth. Most people are busy, but they're not productive. They're running on a treadmill, expending energy, but getting nowhere. Now, why is vision so important? Because it gives your life focus and purpose. It's the why behind everything you do. A clear vision helps you make better decisions, manage your time more effectively, and overcome obstacles with greater resilience. When you have a vision, you have clarity about what matters, and just as importantly, what doesn't. That clarity allows you to say no to distractions, to stay on course even when life throws challenges your way. But here's the problem. Many people don't take the time to define their vision. They go through life reacting to circumstances instead of creating the circumstances they want. They let other people's expectations dictate their choices. They drift, hoping that somehow, someday, things will work out. But hope is not a strategy, and life doesn't reward the drifter. Life rewards the planner, the dreamer with a map and a destination in mind. So how do you create a vision? Start by asking yourself the big questions. What do you want out of life? What kind of person do you want to become? What legacy do you want to leave behind? These are not easy questions, and the answers won't come overnight. But they're worth wrestling with because they shape the course of your life. Your vision is your North Star, and it should inspire you, challenge you, and pull you forward, even on the days when motivation is nowhere to be found. Once you've identified your vision, the next step is to write it down. There's something powerful about putting pen to paper. Writing your vision makes it real. It's no longer just a vague idea floating around in your mind. It becomes a tangible goal you can work toward. Be specific. A vague vision leads to vague results. If you want to achieve financial freedom, define what that looks like. Is it a certain amount in savings? Is it being debt-free? Is it owning your time? The clearer your vision, the easier it is to create a plan and take actionable steps. But having a vision is only the beginning. You must revisit it regularly. Life has a way of pulling us in 1,000 different directions. And if you're not careful, you can lose sight of what truly matters. Make it a habit to reflect on your vision. Ask yourself, am I moving closer to my goals or am I drifting? Let your vision guide your daily actions, your weekly priorities, and your long-term decisions. Years ago, I met a young woman who was frustrated with her life. She felt stuck in a dead-end job and unsure of what she wanted to do next. She told me, I feel like I'm just going through the motions, but I don't know where I'm going. I asked her, what's your vision? What do you want to achieve? She hesitated because she had never thought about it that way. She had goals, yes, but no overarching vision tying them together. We worked together to define what success looked like for her, not just in her career, but in her relationships, health, personal growth, and contributions to the world. Once she had a clear vision, everything changed. She started making decisions with purpose. She left her job and pursued a career aligned with her passions. Today, she's thriving, not because she had all the answers, but because she finally had a direction. Here's another thing to consider. Your vision can evolve. As you grow, your goals and priorities may shift, and that's okay. What's important is to keep your vision aligned with your values. A vision that no longer resonates with who you are or where you want to go will lose its power to inspire you. Stay flexible but committed to the process of refinement. Tell me, do you have a clear vision for your life? If not, take time to create one. Start with the areas that matter most: your career, your relationships, your health, your personal development. Imagine what success looks like in each area, then set goals that align with that vision. And if you already have a vision, revisit it. Does it still inspire you? Is it guiding your daily actions? Use your vision as a filter for your decisions. If an opportunity doesn't align with your vision, it's a distraction. And distractions over time lead to failure. Failure to define a clear vision is one of the most common reasons people fall short of their potential. But the good news is, it's never too late to create or refine your vision. The moment you gain clarity about where you want to go, you reclaim control of your life. You stop drifting and start directing your energy toward what truly matters. Next, the third reason most people fail is their inability to master relationships. No matter how skilled, talented, or hardworking you are, your success will ultimately depend on how well you can connect, communicate, and collaborate with others. Success is never a solo journey. It's a team effort, a symphony of relationships working together in harmony. Yet, so many people overlook this fundamental truth. They focus solely on their personal goals and ambitions, neglecting the one thing that can multiply their results: meaningful connections with others. Think about it. Every opportunity, every breakthrough, every success story involves people. Relationships are the bridges to opportunity. And here's the kicker. Relationships don't just happen. They require effort, intention, and investment. Yet many people take them for granted, assuming they'll always be there or that they don't need to prioritize them. So why do people fail in this area? One reason is a lack of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is your ability to understand and manage your emotions while also understanding and influencing the emotions of others. It's about empathy, listening, and being aware of how your words and actions affect those around you. People with low emotional intelligence often struggle to build trust, resolve conflicts, or inspire loyalty. They may unintentionally sabotage their relationships through insensitivity or self-centered behavior. Another reason people struggle with relationships is the failure to communicate effectively. Communication is not just about talking, it's about connecting. It's about listening more than you speak, about seeking to understand before trying to be understood. Most people think they're good communicators because they know how to express their thoughts. But real communication is about creating mutual understanding. It's about making the other person feel heard, valued, and respected. And then there's trust. Trust is the foundation of every successful relationship. Without it, nothing else matters. But trust isn't something you can demand. It's something you earn over time through consistency and integrity. Every promise you keep, every time you show up when you say you will, every honest interaction builds trust. On the other hand, broken promises, dishonesty, or a lack of follow-through will erode trust faster than anything else. I once worked with a business owner who was struggling to keep his company afloat. His products were excellent, his marketing was solid, and he worked tirelessly. But he couldn't figure out why his business wasn't growing. When we looked deeper, the issue became clear. He was neglecting his relationships. His employees didn't feel valued. His customers felt like transactions instead of partners. He was so focused on the numbers that he forgot about the people behind them. Once he started investing in those relationships, appreciating his employees, listening to his customers, and building genuine connections. Everything changed. His business didn't just survive, it thrived. The same principles apply to personal relationships. Those relationships need attention and care. You can't expect them to flourish if you're not willing to put in the effort. Show appreciation. Spend quality time. Be present. These are simple things, but they make all the difference. Neglect them, and you'll find yourself feeling isolated no matter how much success you achieve. But mastering relationships isn't just about what you do for others. It's also about who you surround yourself with. Your associations have a profound impact on your success. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you're surrounded by people who lack ambition, who discourage your dreams, or who pull you down, it's going to be incredibly difficult to rise above. On the other hand, if you associate with people who inspire you, challenge you, and push you to be better, they'll lift you to new heights. So take a moment to evaluate your current relationships. Are they helping you grow, or are they holding you back? Are you investing in the people who matter most, or are you letting those relationships slip through the cracks? And just as importantly, what kind of person are you in your relationships? Are you someone who adds value, who lifts others up, who people can count on? Or are you taking more than you're giving? Remember, relationships are not transactions. They're partnerships built on mutual respect and shared goals. If you approach them with a giving mindset, looking for ways to add value rather than just take, you'll find that people respond in kind. They'll want to work with you, support you, and help you succeed. What you give, you get. In the end, your ability to master relationships will determine the level of success you achieve. You can't do it alone, and you don't have to. When you invest in people, when you show up for them, and when you build trust and connection, you create a network of support that's stronger than any individual effort. Ask yourself, how are your relationships today? Are there bridges you need to mend, connections you need to deepen, or associations you need to change? Reflect on this, because if you can master the art of relationships, you'll have the foundation for lasting success. Success and failure are shaped by the same force, the choices we make each day. Every moment presents an opportunity to grow, to adapt, and to take even the smallest step toward a better version of yourself. It's never about perfection, nor is it about avoiding failure altogether. Failure will come, but it's what you do with it that makes the difference. The real question isn't whether you'll face obstacles, it's whether you'll learn from them and let them refine you. Life's outcomes are often rooted in habits, and those habits come from your priorities and your commitment. If you want different results, you must be willing to change the approach. Ask yourself, what can I do today, not someday, to move closer to the life I want? Action doesn't have to be grand. It just has to begin. There's power in starting, in moving forward even when the road feels uncertain. It's also important to remember that success is a journey, not a destination. Each step forward matters, even when progress feels slow. You don't need to have all the answers right now. You just need to have the courage to keep going, to adjust when needed, and to stay open to the lessons along the way. Life rewards effort and persistence. And with time, those small steps compound into something extraordinary. So here's the challenge. Look at where you are and decide where you want to go. Reflect on what's holding you back, but don't dwell there. Instead, focus on what's within your control, the choices you make, the habits you build, and the actions you take. When you do, you'll find that success isn't so much a destination you arrive at, but a path you walk every day. It's not something you chase, it's something you create. And it starts right now. But the reality of success is that while it's attractive, it's not free. It doesn't come just because we want it or because we're hoping for it. No, success has a price. And sooner or later, each of us must pay that price. The only question is, are we willing to pay? Are we willing to do what's necessary, to sacrifice, to persist, to give it our best? Because if we are, then success is possible. But if we're not, success will always remain just out of reach. Now, there's something important here. The price of success isn't always immediate, and it's not always obvious. Sometimes we pay that price early on in life, working late nights, investing in ourselves, developing skills when we'd rather be doing something else. Other times, the price appears later, when we realize that we've been coasting along, taking it easy, and now we're left with the reality that we didn't put in the work. The price for success can be paid with dedication. It can be paid with time. It can be paid with patience. But make no mistake, it must be paid. Think about it. Anything worthwhile, anything you can look at and say, I'm proud of this, I'm glad I accomplished this, required some kind of effort, some kind of sacrifice. We all know this on some level. Yet there's still a part of us that wants success to come quickly, easily, without too much inconvenience. That's human nature. We're wired to look for the path of least resistance. But if we only take the easy way, we rob ourselves of what could have been. We rob ourselves of the pride, the confidence, and the sense of accomplishment that comes from achieving something that we truly earned. You see, the price of success is not just about money, not just about time. It's about the person you become in the process. That's where the real value lies. It's about character. It's about discipline. It's about resilience. It's about developing the mental toughness to say, I will keep going when the circumstances say, quit. And that's not something we're born with. We have to learn it. We have to develop it. And we have to strengthen it every single day. Now, one of the keys to success, I believe, is understanding that we're all going to pay a price. The question is, do we want to pay the price of discipline, or do we want to pay the price of regret? Think about that for a moment. Discipline weighs ounces, but regret weighs tons. Discipline asks you to say, no, not today, to some things that are easy, that are fun, that are tempting. But regret, that's a heavy burden to carry. It's the feeling of looking back and knowing you could have done more, that you could have been more, that you could have tried harder. Imagine two people standing on a cliff, looking out over a valley filled with opportunities. One is filled with hope, excited about the possibilities. The other is burdened, weighed down by missed chances, by regret. What separates them? One paid the price up front, the price of discipline, the price of effort, the price of focus. The other kept delaying, kept avoiding the discomfort, and now is left with the cost of regret. It's a simple concept, but powerful. We must all pay a price, but we choose which price we'll pay. When I first found out about personal development, I didn't have much. In fact, I had very little. I was a farm boy with modest means, modest dreams, and not a whole lot of direction. But I did have a desire to succeed. And then I met my mentor, a remarkable man, Mr. Shoaff. He looked at me one day and said, "Jim, if you want to be successful, you're going to have to change." Now, at the time, that was tough to hear. Change? I thought I was doing just fine. But I wasn't fine. I was stagnant. And Mr. Shoaff helped me see that if I wanted to rise above where I was, if I wanted to reach new levels, I had to be willing to change, to grow, to improve. And that growth, that's the price I had to pay. Mr. Shoaff also taught me that success is attracted to people who are willing to work on themselves, who are willing to put in the effort. You see, success doesn't come because you demand it. It comes because you deserve it. And we deserve it by becoming better, by becoming more disciplined, more knowledgeable, more valuable. And yes, it takes time. There are no shortcuts, no easy fixes, no overnight paths to lasting success. And that's why many people give up. They're not willing to put in the time to invest in themselves. But those who are willing, who say, "I'll do what it takes," they find that the journey itself is what shapes them. And by the end, they're a different person, a stronger person. A lot of people ask me what the secret to success is. And you know what I tell them? There is no secret. Success is not hidden. It's not a mystery. It's right there in front of you. It's in every book that teaches you about discipline, in every story that inspires you to keep going, in every failure that teaches you resilience. But it's up to you to do something with it. The knowledge is out there. The opportunities are out there, but they won't come to you. You have to go to them. You have to decide that you're going to take action, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's challenging. Now, I know it's easy to look at successful people and think, well, they had it easy. They had the resources. They had the connections. But I'm here to tell you, every successful person you admire paid a price. They all went through something that tested them, that pushed them, that made them wonder if it was worth it. And yet they kept going because they understood that every setback, every challenge, every obstacle is part of the journey. It's part of what you must go through to become the person capable of handling success. I remember a time when I was struggling in business, when it seemed like everything was against me. I had bills piling up, people doubting me, even friends telling me, maybe you should quit. And in those moments, I could have given up. I could have said, maybe this isn't for me. But I remembered something Mr. Shoaff told me. He said, "Jim, don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better." And that's a lesson I never forgot. Because wishing it were easier doesn't change anything. But wishing you were better, that's something you can do. That's something you can work on. Something you can control. And that's the price. That's the price of success. Constantly asking, how can I improve? How can I become stronger, wiser, more capable? It's about taking responsibility, even when it's tempting, to blame others, to blame circumstances. You see, when you take responsibility, you take control. You stop waiting for things to change, and you start working on yourself. And as you grow, as you develop, as you improve, Success begins to find you. There's another element to this price of success that's worth mentioning: consistency. Doing something once or twice is easy. Doing it every day, that's where the challenge lies. Think about it like building a house. You don't lay a foundation one day and expect a mansion to appear. No, it's brick by brick, day by day, effort by effort. And sometimes progress is slow. Sometimes it's barely noticeable. But each brick you lay brings you closer to your goal. And that's what success is. It's the sum of small efforts, repeated day in and day out. Consistency builds character. Consistency builds discipline. And over time, that consistency compounds. Rome wasn't built in a day. Neither is success. It's built over time with patience, with persistence, with a willingness to keep going even when it's hard. And here's the beautiful thing. As you keep going, as you keep working on yourself, the journey itself becomes rewarding. You begin to enjoy the process. You begin to take pride in each step forward, no matter how small. And when you finally reach that goal, you realize that it wasn't just about the destination. It was about the person you became along the way. And you always got to think about the setbacks, because they're going to come. They come for all of us. There's no such thing as a smooth road to success. And when those setbacks come, they're going to test you. They're going to make you question everything, make you wonder if it's worth it. And in those moments, you have a choice. You can give up or you can keep going. And here's what I've learned. The people who succeed aren't necessarily the smartest, the strongest, or the most talented. They're the ones who don't give up. They're the ones who say, this is hard, but I'm not going to let it stop me. I'm going to find a way through. The thing about success is that it often lies just beyond the point where most people quit. Right when things seem hardest, when you're facing a wall, that's often where the breakthrough happens. But you'll never know that unless you keep going. Success is often waiting on the other side of our own resistance, our own fears, our own doubts. It's like a treasure buried beneath layers of challenge, and each layer we dig through brings us closer to the prize. But we have to be willing to dig, willing to endure the blisters, the calluses, and the fatigue. Because if we quit halfway, we'll never know just how close we were. And isn't that a tragic thought? To be so close, to have invested so much, only to stop just before the finish line. Here's a principle to remember. Success doesn't belong to those who start the fastest. It belongs to those who keep going the longest. It's not about speed, it's about stamina. And this is why the price for success includes perseverance. Perseverance means pushing past the pain, pushing past the boredom, pushing past the times when results are hard to see. I'll tell you, it's easy to get discouraged when you're putting in the work and not seeing the payoff. But understand that seeds grow underground before they ever break through the soil. And that's how success works too. You may not see it at first, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Keep watering, keep tending, keep caring for that seed, and eventually it will sprout. When I think back on my life and the times I was closest to giving up, I realized that each one of those moments was a test. It was a test of my will, my belief, my commitment. And every time I pushed through, I became stronger. And that strength, that's part of the price we pay for success. It's not given. It's earned. And it's earned through facing what's difficult, what's uncomfortable, and what we'd rather avoid. But as we push through, we discover our true potential. We find out what we're really capable of. And that's a revelation worth working for. Now let's talk about the kind of person you have to become to succeed. You see, success requires a certain kind of mindset, a certain kind of attitude. It requires you to be positive, to be optimistic, to believe in your own potential, even when no one else does. And sometimes that's the hardest part, believing in yourself when everyone else doubts you. But here's a secret. Your belief in yourself is the fuel that keeps you going when the road gets rough. And it will get rough. People will criticize you. People will doubt you. And sometimes even the people closest to you won't understand what you're trying to do. But that's when you have to dig deep and remind yourself of why you started in the first place. Ask yourself, why do you want success? Why does it matter to you? What will it bring you that nothing else can? Because that's the answer that will keep you going. That's the answer that will drive you to pay the price when it gets tough. When your reason is clear, when your why is powerful, no obstacle will be big enough to stop you. But if your reason is weak, if you're just chasing success for the sake of it, then the first challenge will be enough to knock you down. And here's something else to remember. Success isn't just about what you achieve. It's about what you contribute. True success is about adding value, about making a difference, about leaving a mark that goes beyond yourself. You see, if your only goal is to get rich or to gain fame, then your success is empty. But if your goal is to make an impact, to help others, to lift people up, then your success has meaning. And that meaning, that's what makes the journey worthwhile. Because success that serves others, that uplifts others, is the kind of success that lasts. Now, a lot of people think that success is a solitary journey, but it doesn't have to be. Yes, you have to put in the work, you have to make the sacrifices, but that doesn't mean you can't have support along the way. Find mentors, find friends who believe in you, who encourage you, who remind you of your potential when you forget. Because sometimes we all need a little reminder, a little push. Surround yourself with people who are also on a journey to success, who understand the price and are willing to pay it. Their example will inspire you, their stories will motivate you, and their friendship will keep you strong. But be careful about the company you keep. Not everyone will support your dreams. Not everyone will understand your vision. Some people will try to pull you down simply because they don't want to see you succeed. Be wise enough to distance yourself from those who discourage you, who tell you to settle, who tell you it's not worth it. Because these voices, if you listen to them, will drain your energy, will shake your confidence, and will make the price of success seem too high. Choose your friends carefully, because the people around you have a powerful influence on your mindset, your motivation, and your attitude. There's something powerful about deciding to commit to a goal, to say, this is what I want, and I'm going to give it my all. That kind of decision creates a shift. It shifts your focus, it shifts your energy, it shifts your entire approach to life. And here's the interesting thing. Once you commit, once you decide to pay the price, you'll start to find ways to succeed that you never saw before. Opportunities will appear, Solutions will come to you. People will enter your life who can help you. But all of that only happens once you've made the decision, once you've said, I'm all in. That's the power of commitment. And commitment, real commitment, means that quitting is no longer an option. It means that you burn the boats, so to speak, that you leave yourself no way out but forward. You see, when you leave yourself a way to retreat, you'll always be tempted to take it when things get hard. But when you fully commit, when you tell yourself there's no turning back, you find a way to make it work. You find strength within yourself that you didn't know was there. And that strength, that's part of the price of success too. Another important part of success is the willingness to fail. I know that sounds strange. Why would anyone want to fail? But here's the thing. Failure is one of the greatest teachers you'll ever have. Failure shows you where you need to improve. It shows you what doesn't work, and it teaches you resilience. Every time you fail, you have a choice. You can either let it discourage you, or you can let it strengthen you. And the people who succeed are the ones who choose to learn from failure, who choose to see it as a stepping stone, not a stumbling block. Imagine a child learning to walk. They fall down hundreds of times. But do they ever stop trying? No. They keep getting up. They keep trying. They keep learning. And that's the attitude we need in life if we want to succeed. We need to be willing to fall, to make mistakes, to look foolish at times. Because every failure, every mistake is one step closer to success. And here's something to remember. Failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is part of the process. It's part of the journey. The only way to avoid failure is to avoid trying. But if you avoid trying, you also avoid success. So embrace failure. Embrace the lessons it brings. Embrace the growth it demands. And every time you get up after a fall, you're that much closer to success. You're stronger, you're wiser, and you're more prepared for the challenges ahead. Success also requires a mindset of abundance. Now, what do I mean by that? An abundance mindset is the belief that there's enough success to go around, that someone else's success doesn't take away from yours. When you have an abundance mindset, you're willing to help others, to share what you know, to celebrate other people's achievements. And that's a powerful thing. Because when you give, when you help, when you lift others up, you create an environment of success. People want to help you in return. They want to support you. They want to see you win. But when you have a scarcity mindset, when you're jealous, when you're afraid of competition, you close yourself off from opportunities. You become guarded, you become fearful, and that fear will hold you back. Success requires confidence. Confidence that there's enough for everyone. Confidence that helping others won't take away from your own success. Confidence that you have something unique to offer. And that confidence, that abundance mindset, will attract people, will attract opportunities, and will make your journey to success far more rewarding. How do you define success? Is it money? Is it fame? Is it power? Those things can certainly be part of success, but they're not the whole picture. True success, lasting success, is about fulfillment. It's about knowing that you've lived up to your potential, that you've done something meaningful, that you've made a difference. Because when all is said and done, it's not the money. It's not the recognition. It's not the accolades that matter. It's the impact you've made and the lives you've touched, the legacy you've left. And that's the ultimate price of success, being willing to give more than you take, being willing to leave the world a little better than you found it. It means going beyond yourself, beyond your own needs, and finding ways to serve others. And the beautiful thing is, when you focus on giving, on serving, on making a difference, success finds you. It's one of the great paradoxes of life. The more you give, the more you receive. And that's what real success is all about. So remember, success has a price. It requires commitment. It requires discipline. It requires sacrifice. It asks you to keep going when others quit, to learn from failure, to stay humble in success, and to help others along the way. It's not easy. It's not quick, but it's worth it. Because in the end, success is not just about what you achieve, it's about who you become in the process. And that, my friends, is a price worth paying. Achieving any goal isn't about hoping things will work out or wishing for better luck. It's about following a set of principles that brings you closer to the results you want. Over the years, I've developed a 5-step process that will take you from where you are to where you want to be, no matter what your goal is. These steps are simple, but don't mistake simple for easy. They require discipline, focus, and persistence. But if you follow them, I guarantee you'll get closer to your goals than you ever imagined. The first step to achieving any goal is clarity. Without clarity, it's impossible to make progress. How many people are out there right now saying they want more out of life, but they don't know exactly what that looks like? They know they want something different, something better, but they've never taken the time to define it. They say, I want more money, or I want to be successful. But what does that mean? How much money? What kind of success? Without specificity, without being clear about what you want, you'll find yourself chasing after vague ideas and never quite reaching them. Clarity is the foundation of all success. It's like setting a target. If you don't know exactly what the target looks like, how can you hit it? You can't. You'll miss every time. So the first thing you need to do is get crystal clear on your goal. Not just in general terms, but in specific, measurable terms. Take some time to ask yourself, what exactly do I want? If it's financial freedom, define it. Does that mean you want to earn $100,000 a year? $500,000. Or maybe it's not about the money, but about the lifestyle. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family? What does that look like? How many hours a week do you want to work? How much free time do you want to have? The clearer you can be about your goal, the more power you give yourself to achieve it. Once you've got that clarity, you need to visualize it. Close your eyes and see yourself in possession of that goal. Picture what your life looks like once you've achieved it. What are you doing? How are you feeling? Who are you with? This mental picture becomes the blueprint for your success. Your mind starts to work toward what it can clearly see. What the mind can visualize, it can bring to reality. But if the picture is blurry, if the goal is vague, your mind has nothing to aim for. Years ago, I met a young man who came to one of my seminars. He was ambitious, full of energy, but he was all over the place. He told me he wanted to be rich, but when I asked him how much money he wanted to make, he didn't have an answer. He hadn't thought about it. He just knew he wanted more. I told him, you've got to define that. You can't hit a target you can't see. So he went home and did just that. He wrote down a number, $200,000 by the end of the year. And you know what happened? Once he got clear on that number, he started making decisions that aligned with that goal. He focused his energy, his time, and his resources on opportunities that would bring him closer to that $200,000 mark. And by the end of the year, he hit it. That's the power of clarity. So if you haven't already, sit down and write out your goal in detail. Be specific. Be clear. The more specific you are, the more focused you'll be. And the more focused you are, the faster you'll make progress. And once you have clarity, the second step is to create a plan. A goal without a plan is just a dream. It's not real until you've mapped out the steps to get there. Too often, people set a goal and stop there. They say, I want to lose 20 pounds, or I want to double my income, but they never take the time to figure out how they're going to make it happen. And without a plan, you're just wandering around hoping for the best. A plan is like a roadmap. It shows you the path from where you are to where you want to be. And here's the thing. Your plan doesn't have to be perfect. You don't need to have every single step figured out before you start. In fact, if you wait until you have every step figured out, you'll never begin. The beauty of a plan is that it evolves. You adjust it as you go. But what's important is that you have a starting point, a framework that gives you direction. Think of it like this. When you decide to take a road trip across the country, you don't need to know every single turn from the moment you start. You just need to know the main highways, the general route, and then you can adjust for traffic, weather, or unexpected detours as you drive. But you still need that initial map to get started. So once you've got clarity on your goal, the next question is, how do I get there? Break it down into smaller steps. Let's say your goal is to lose 20 pounds. Instead of focusing on the big number, create a plan where you lose 1 or 2 pounds a week. Ask yourself, what changes do I need to make in my diet? How often will I exercise? What resources do I need to help me stay on track? Do I need a trainer, a workout buddy, or a meal plan? Get specific with your plan, just like you did with your goal. The key to a good plan is that it's actionable and realistic. Too often, people make grand plans that are impossible to stick with. They say, I'm going to work out 2 hours every day, give up all sugar, and run a marathon by the end of the month. But that's not sustainable. A plan needs to be something you can follow consistently over time. It's better to start small and build momentum than to set yourself up for burnout by doing too much too soon. Maybe your goal is to start a business. Well, how do you turn that dream into reality? Start with the basics. What kind of business do you want to create? Who are your customers? What do you need to learn before you can launch? Break it down step by step. First, Maybe you research your market. Then you create a business plan. Then you look into securing funding or saving money. It doesn't matter how small the steps seem, as long as they move you forward. When I was starting out, I didn't know every step to becoming successful, but I did know that I had to keep learning and improving. So I created a plan to read a certain number of books each month. I set aside time to meet with mentors, and I made sure to apply what I learned every day. My plan wasn't perfect, and I adjusted it as I grew, but it gave me the structure I needed to stay focused. Now remember, flexibility is key. Life happens. Things don't always go according to plan, and that's okay. If something doesn't work out, you adjust. You revise the plan, you try a different approach, but you don't give up on the goal. That's why it's so important to review your plan regularly. Set aside time each week to check in. Are you making progress? Do you need to adjust your actions? Sometimes you'll need to pivot. Maybe a new opportunity presents itself, or maybe you realize you need to learn a new skill to move forward. Whatever it is, be open to adapting, but always keep your eye on the goal. Next, the fourth step is accountability. This is something most people overlook, but it's crucial if you want to stay on track. When you're accountable to someone else, whether it's a friend, a mentor, or a coach, you're far more likely to follow through on your commitments. Why? Because accountability creates a sense of responsibility. It adds a layer of external pressure that keeps you moving forward, even when you don't feel like it. Here's the thing about goals. It's easy to make promises to yourself, but it's just as easy to break them. You tell yourself you'll start working on your goal tomorrow, but tomorrow comes and you put it off again. When no one is watching, it's easy to let yourself off the hook. But when you've got someone holding you accountable, someone who's expecting you to show up and deliver, you're far less likely to quit. Let me tell you about a time when accountability made a huge difference in my own life. I was working on a major project, and I knew it was going to take months of consistent effort to see it through. I didn't want to risk getting distracted or losing focus, so I enlisted the help of a mentor. Every week, we'd sit down and review my progress. Just knowing that I had to report to someone else kept me on track. I didn't want to show up empty-handed, so I pushed myself to make progress every single week. Now, accountability doesn't have to be formal. You don't need to hire a coach or find a mentor if that's not an option. You can simply find a friend or a colleague who's working on their own goals, and you hold each other accountable. Set up a system where you check in regularly, share your progress, and encourage each other to stay on track. And if you can't find someone to hold you accountable, hold yourself accountable. One of the best ways to do this is by tracking your progress. Keep a journal, make a checklist, or create a habit tracker, whatever works for you. But make sure you're keeping yourself honest. When you can see your progress or lack thereof in black and white, it's a powerful motivator to keep going. Remember, accountability keeps you moving when your motivation fades. It adds structure to the process and prevents you from falling off track. So, after you've gained clarity, created a plan, and started taking action, make sure you've got a system in place to stay accountable. Now, the final step to achieving any goal is persistence. This is the step that separates those who succeed from those who fall short. Most people give up too soon. They set a goal, they make a plan, they take action. But when things get tough, when they hit that first roadblock or face their first setback, they throw in the towel. But persistence is what turns dreams into reality. It's the willingness to keep going, no matter how hard it gets. Persistence is what separates the winners from the quitters. It's the ability to keep going, to keep pushing, even when things get tough, even when the progress seems slow, or when setbacks appear. Most people don't fail because their goals are too big, or because they're not capable. They fail because they give up too soon. They give up at the first sign of difficulty. They let temporary obstacles become permanent barriers. But persistence is what pushes you through those tough times. How many people do you know who started something, maybe with all the excitement and energy in the world, but then they hit a rough patch and stopped? They never made it to the other side. Now, what if they had just kept going for another week, another month, another year? What if they had pushed just a little bit harder? Success doesn't come to those who try once or twice and give up. It comes to those who stick with it, those who are willing to fail, learn from their failures, and try again. Look at Colonel Sanders. He wasn't an overnight success. In fact, he didn't start KFC until he was in his 60s. Before that, his life was full of setbacks and failures. He worked as a farmhand, a streetcar conductor, a railroad fireman, and even had a law practice that failed. At one point, he was running a small service station in Kentucky where he served his now famous fried chicken. But here's the kicker. When he tried to franchise his recipe, he was rejected over 1,000 times. That's right, 1,000 times. Now imagine that. Colonel Sanders, a man in his 60s, with very little to his name, driving across the country, knocking on doors, trying to sell his chicken recipe, and getting turned down over and over again. Most people would have given up after a handful of rejections. But not the Colonel. He believed in his product, and he was persistent. He kept going, no matter how many times he was rejected. Finally, after years of persistence, one restaurant owner said, yes. That was the beginning of what would become a global brand. KFC now operates in over 100 countries, but none of it would have happened if Colonel Sanders hadn't kept going after those 1,000 rejections. That's what persistence looks like. It's the determination to keep moving forward, even when the odds seem stacked against you. Colonel Sanders didn't let failure define him. He used each rejection as a stepping stone to success. He didn't quit just because things weren't working out right away. He kept knocking on doors, adjusting his approach, and eventually found the breakthrough he needed. And that's the power of persistence, staying committed even when everything seems to be telling you to quit. The key to persistence is to understand that setbacks are not permanent. They're temporary. They're part of the process. Every great success story is filled with failures, roadblocks, and disappointments. But the difference between those who succeed and those who don't is that the successful ones keep going. They view setbacks as lessons, as opportunities to grow. They don't let them stop them. They keep moving forward. Here's a little secret about persistence. The moment you feel like giving up, the moment when everything seems the hardest, that's usually when you're closest to a breakthrough. Most people quit right before they're about to succeed. It's like the story of the man who was digging for gold. He'd been digging for weeks, months even, without finding anything. He was exhausted, frustrated, and ready to give up. So he put down his shovel and walked away. But what he didn't realize was that he was just 3 feet away from hitting the gold. 3 feet. If he had just kept digging for one more day, he would have struck it rich. But he quit too soon. That's why persistence is so important, because you never know how close you are to success. You never know when that breakthrough is going to come. So how do you develop persistence? How do you keep going when the going gets tough? The first thing you need to do is stay connected to your why. Why did you set this goal in the first place? What's at stake for you? When you're clear on your why, when you understand the deeper reason behind your goal, it gives you the fuel to keep going, even when you don't feel like it. Maybe your goal is to provide a better life for your family. Maybe it's to prove to yourself that you can do it. Maybe it's to live a healthier, longer life. Whatever it is, keep that reason in front of you at all times. When things get hard, remind yourself why you're doing it. That will give you the strength to keep going. Another important part of persistence is to break your goal down into smaller milestones. If you're always focused on the big goal, it can feel overwhelming, and you might lose motivation. But when you break it down into smaller, more manageable steps, it becomes easier to keep going. Celebrate those small wins. Each time you hit a milestone, no matter how small, give yourself credit. That progress keeps you motivated, and it reminds you that you're moving in the right direction. But here's the thing. You do need to be flexible when it comes to persistence. Being persistent doesn't mean being stubborn. It doesn't mean you keep doing the same thing over and over again, even when it's not working. Persistence means staying committed to the goal, but being flexible in your approach. If one strategy isn't working, try another. If you hit a wall, find a way around it. Be willing to adjust your plan, but never give up on the goal. I'm telling you, there were plenty of times in my career when things didn't go according to plan. I remember early on when I was trying to get my speaking business off the ground, and I ran into one obstacle after another. I had financial setbacks. I had speaking engagements that didn't go well. I had people tell me that I wouldn't make it. But I kept going. I adjusted my approach when needed. I learned from my mistakes, and I stayed focused on the goal. And because I was persistent, eventually, things started to fall into place. That's the power of persistence. Now, I want to leave you with one final thought about persistence. Persistence isn't just about grit and determination. It's also about faith. It's about having faith in yourself, faith in the process, and faith that if you keep doing the right things, the results will come. You might not see the results right away, but if you trust the process and stay committed, they will come. Have faith that your hard work will pay off, that your efforts will be rewarded, that faith is what will carry you through the tough times. So, the first thing you need is clarity. Know exactly what you want. Define your goal in precise, measurable terms. Second, create a plan. Break your goal down into actionable steps and create a roadmap to get there. Third, take action. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Just start. Even small actions taken consistently will lead to progress. Fourth, stay accountable. Find someone or something to hold you responsible for staying on track. And finally, be persistent. Keep going, no matter how many obstacles you face. Stay committed to the goal and don't give up. These 5 steps aren't just principles, they're a way of life. If you follow them, there's no limit to what you can achieve. Whether it's a personal goal, a financial goal, a health goal, or a career goal, these steps will take you from where you are to where you want to be. So, get clear. Make a plan. Take action. Stay accountable. And be persistent. Success is within your reach. You just have to go after it. There are moments in life when everything changes. Sometimes these moments come unexpectedly. A meeting, a conversation, a thought, an event, something that catches you by surprise. And in that moment, everything is different. The day your life changes is not always something you can predict, but you can prepare for it. Let me say that again. You can prepare for the day when everything will be different. I want you to think about something. Have you ever had a moment where you realized, I'm never going back. I'm never going to live life the same way again? That's what we're talking about today. It's about that pivot point in your life. Maybe you've already had 1 or 2 of these. Or maybe it's just around the corner. Either way, the beauty of it is this. Once your life changes, once you make a real, lasting change, it's like setting off on a new path, a better path with new possibilities. I think back to one of those moments in my own life. I was 25 years old, working on a farm, broke, with pennies in my pocket and nothing to show for my efforts. I was at that point where you start wondering, is this it? Is this what life is all about? But then something happened. I had a conversation with a man named Mr. Schoaf, and that conversation changed everything. Sometimes the day your life changes starts with a mentor, someone who has what you want, someone who's been down the road you're about to travel. And Mr. Schoaf said to me, Jim, if you want things to change, you have to change. If you want your life to be different, you have to do things differently. That might sound simple, but I'm telling you, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was blaming everything outside of me for why I wasn't successful. I was blaming the economy, the government, my circumstances. But Mr. Schoaf made it clear. My life wasn't going to change until I took responsibility for it. And that's where I want to start today. The day your life changes is the day you take responsibility for where you are and where you're going. Now, some people don't like to hear that. We all like to think that our circumstances are somebody else's fault. It's easier that way, right? It's not my fault. It's the economy. It's not my fault. It's my upbringing. It's not my fault. I didn't get the right opportunities. And I understand that. I've been there. But I'm telling you, as long as you hold on to those excuses, nothing is going to change. See, here's the thing. We all start at different places. Some people start life with more advantages than others, and that's the reality of it. But what matters more than where you start is what you do with where you are. There's a great quote that says, it's not what happens to you that determines your future. It's what you do about what happens. And that's the truth. The day your life changes is the day you decide to be the driver, not the passenger. You've got to take the wheel, take control, and decide that you are going to steer your life in a new direction. The day you stop waiting for things to happen and you start making things happen, that's the day everything changes. Ask yourself, are you waiting? Are you waiting for someone to come along and change your life for you? Are you waiting for the perfect opportunity, the perfect time, the perfect conditions? Because I've got news for you. That perfect time is never going to come. If you're waiting for everything to line up before you take action, you'll be waiting forever. You've got to decide that today is the day, and you've got to work with what you have. There's another important idea here. The day your life changes is the day you start working on yourself more than you work on anything else. You see, I had this idea when I was younger that success was something you pursued. You had to go out and chase it, run it down, grab it before someone else did. But that's not how it works. Success isn't something you pursue. It's something you attract by the person you become. I'll say it again. Success is something you attract by the person you become. So, if you want your life to change, you've got to change. You've got to start developing yourself, building your skills, expanding your mindset. It's not about waiting for the world to change so you can get ahead. It's about making yourself better so that you're ready when opportunity comes. Because it will come. The question is, will you be ready for it when it does? Now that brings me to something else. The day your life changes is also the day you decide to set real, meaningful goals. Now, I don't mean vague wishes or daydreams. I'm talking about specific, concrete goals that you write down, plan for, and work toward every day. You see, without goals, life can just drift by. You get up, go to work, come home, and repeat. But there's no direction, no purpose. In my early days, I met a man who was incredibly successful, financially, in his health, in his relationships, in every area of life. And I asked him, how did you do it? How did you create this amazing life? And he said something I'll never forget. He said, Jim, I learned a long time ago that if I didn't design my own life, someone else would design it for me. And I'm telling you, they don't have much planned for you. That was powerful for me. He was right. If you don't set your own goals, your own course, you'll end up living someone else's plan. And that's no way to live. The day your life changes is the day you take control of your own future. You decide what you want, you set a plan, and you go after it with everything you've got. Now, you might be thinking, but Jim, I've tried setting goals before and it didn't work. I didn't stick with it. And I understand that. Most people don't stick with their goals. You know why? It's because they don't have a big enough reason why. See, if your goals are just about what you want, that's not going to be enough. Your goals have to be connected to a deeper purpose. Something that moves you, something that gets you up in the morning with energy and enthusiasm. The day your life changes is the day you find your reason why. It's the day you stop being motivated by what you think you should do, and you start being driven by what you must do. A young man once came to me and said, Jim, I want to make $1 million. I asked him, why? And he said, well, because I think it would be nice to have that kind of money. Now I told him, that's not a strong enough reason. You've got to have something more. What will the money do for you? Who will you help? What kind of life will you create? Why is it a must, not just a wish? And that's the key. You've got to have a big enough reason why. Otherwise, when the challenges come, and they will come, you'll quit. The day your life changes is the day you find that deep, driving reason that keeps you going no matter what. Here's another thing that happens on the day your life changes. It's the day you stop letting fear hold you back. Fear is one of the biggest things that keeps people from changing their lives. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown. But here's what I've learned. Everything you want is on the other side of fear. Everything. There's a story about a man who lived his whole life afraid to step outside his comfort zone. He stayed in the same town, worked the same job, had the same friends. And one day, he realized that he'd spent his entire life playing it safe, never taking any risks. He looked back and saw all the things he could have done, but he didn't because he was too afraid. And he said, I wish I'd had the courage to live a bigger life. So, are you living a big life? Or are you playing it safe? The day your life changes is the day you decide to stop letting fear run your life. You decide that yes, you might fail. Yes, things might not work out the way you planned. But you're going to try anyway. Because the worst thing is not failing. The worst thing is never trying. The day your life changes is the day you embrace failure as part of the process. You see, failure isn't the opposite of success. It's a part of success. Every successful person I've ever met has failed. In fact, they've probably failed more times than they've succeeded. But they didn't let failure stop them. They used it as a stepping stone, a learning experience. So, when you fail, and you will, don't see it as the end. See it as a lesson. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this to get better? Have you ever met someone who's always waiting for the perfect time to take action? They say, I'll start my business when the economy is better. Or, I'll work on my health when things slow down at work. Or, I'll focus on my goals when everything in my life is just right. You know the type. Always waiting for the stars to align. But here's what I've learned. The perfect time never comes. If you wait for everything to be perfect, you'll be waiting forever. The day your life changes is the day you stop waiting and start acting. Now, why is that important? Because life doesn't wait for you to get ready. Life keeps moving. The opportunities are there, but they won't sit around waiting for you to feel prepared, to feel brave, or to feel like you've got everything figured out. Here's something that I've come to understand. Life rewards action. Not intention, not ideas, not good thoughts, but action. The day your life changes is the day you take a step forward, even if it's a small one, even if you're not entirely sure what the next 100 steps will look like. That's okay. You don't need to see the whole path to start walking. Most people are paralyzed by the need for certainty. They think, I'll start when I know how it's all going to work out. But the truth is, you'll never know exactly how it's going to work out. You have to move in faith, trusting that as you go, as you act, the path will unfold. When I first met Mr. Schoaf, I didn't know where it would lead. I had no idea that one conversation with him would change my entire future. but it did because I took the first step. I listened. I applied what I learned. So, if you've been sitting on an idea, a goal, a dream, waiting for the stars to align, this is your reminder that the stars don't need to align. What you need to do is make a decision. That's the day your life changes, when you decide to act in spite of uncertainty. You got to ask yourself, what's one thing in your life that you know you should be doing, but you've been putting off? Maybe it's a project you've been thinking about starting. Maybe it's a relationship you know you need to work on. Maybe it's your health. Whatever it is, I want you to think about what's holding you back. Is it fear? Is it a lack of clarity? Or is it that you're waiting for the perfect time? The perfect time is now. The day your life changes is the day you realize that the only time you truly have is right now. And if you waste today waiting for tomorrow, you're giving up your most valuable resource, time. Time waits for no one. So stop wasting it waiting for the perfect conditions. Get moving with what you have, and along the way, you'll figure out the rest. Here's one of the most important things about the day your life changes. It's the day you stop making excuses. I mentioned earlier that for years, I blamed everything outside of myself for why I wasn't where I wanted to be. The economy, my upbringing, my lack of connections, you name it, I blamed it. But then I had a revelation. As long as I kept blaming everything outside of me, nothing inside of me was going to change. The day your life changes is the day you stop making excuses and start taking full responsibility for your life. Now, this isn't about beating yourself up or feeling guilty. It's about empowerment. Because the moment you take responsibility for your life is the moment you realize that you have the power to change it. As long as you're blaming other people or circumstances or bad luck, you're giving away your power. You're saying, I can't change because it's out of my control. But the truth is, while you can always control what happens to you, you can always control how you respond. What's an excuse you've been holding on to? What's a story you've been telling yourself about why you can't succeed? Why you can't move forward, why your life isn't where you want it to be. I want you to think about that for a moment. And then I want you to ask yourself, what if I took full responsibility for this? What if, instead of blaming outside factors, you asked yourself, what can I do to change this? What steps can I take right now? That's the shift that changes everything. When you stop looking outside of yourself and start looking inside, the day your life changes is the day you realize that no one is coming to save you. You have to save yourself. Now, that might sound harsh to some of you, but I'm here to tell you, it's the most freeing realization you can have. Because when you understand that you're responsible for your own life, it means you have the power to change it. You're not at the mercy of circumstances. You're not a victim of your environment. You are the captain of your ship. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Change is hard. Growth is hard. But I'll tell you what's harder: staying stuck. Waking up every day, knowing that you're not living up to your potential. That's hard. And the pain of regret is far greater than the pain of discipline. So if you're going to experience pain, and let's be honest, we all will at some point, choose the pain that leads to growth. Choose the pain of taking responsibility. Choose the pain of stepping outside of your comfort zone. because that pain is temporary, but the rewards are lasting. The day your life changes, it's the day you stop comparing yourself to others. Now, this one is big. Too many people get caught up in what everyone else is doing. They look at someone else's success, someone else's journey, and they start feeling inadequate. They start feeling like they're behind. But I'm telling you, you are on your own path. Your journey is your journey, and it's not supposed to look like anyone else's. The day your life changes is the day you stop measuring your progress against other people's lives and start focusing on your own growth. I'm telling you why this is important. When you compare yourself to others, you're always going to feel like you're lacking in some way. You'll always find someone who's doing better than you in some area of life. But what you don't see is their struggle. What you don't see is the hard work, the failures, the setbacks that they've had to overcome to get where they are. And even if they are ahead in some ways, so what? That has nothing to do with you. Here's a truth I've come to learn. The only person you should be comparing yourself to is the person you were yesterday. The day your life changes is the day you decide that your competition is not the person next to you. It's the person you see in the mirror. If you can focus on being better today than you were yesterday, and better tomorrow than you are today, you're winning. Where have you been comparing yourself to others? And how has that been holding you back? What would happen if you focused all that energy on your own progress instead? You see, comparison is the thief of joy. It robs you of the satisfaction of your own journey. But when you focus on your own growth, when you measure your progress against yourself, that's when real fulfillment happens. Stop chasing success and start focusing on contribution. Now, I know this might sound counterintuitive, especially in a world that's always telling us to go after success, to chase our dreams. But here's the thing. Success, real success, isn't something you chase. It's something you attract by the person you become and by the value you provide to others. The day your life changes is the day you realize that it's not just about you. It's about what you can give. It's about how you can serve. Because here's the truth. The more value you bring to the marketplace, the more successful you'll become. The more you contribute to the lives of others, the more your own life will improve. I'm telling you, some of the most successful people I know are the ones who have shifted their focus from how can I get more to how can I give more. They understand that their success is a byproduct of their contribution. And the day your life changes is the day you start thinking the same way. When you stop asking, what's in it for me? And start asking, how can I make a difference? That's when real success, real fulfillment starts to flow into your life. Years ago, I met a man who built a successful business. He started out focused on making money, and while he did okay, he wasn't truly thriving. Then one day, he had a shift in his thinking. He realized that if he wanted to grow his business, he needed to focus on providing more value to his customers. He stopped worrying so much about his bottom line and started asking himself, how can I serve my customers better? How can I help them solve their problems? The result? His business exploded. Why? Because when you provide value, people respond. When you focus on serving, success follows. So, where in your life can you contribute more? Where can you bring more value to others? Maybe it's in your business. Maybe it's in your relationships. Maybe it's in your community. Whatever it is, the day your life changes is the day you shift your focus from getting to giving. And here's something else that happens on that day. The day your life changes is the day you start focusing on what you can control and you stop worrying about what you can't. So many people spend their energy stressing over things they have no control over. The weather, the economy, other people's opinions. None of that is within your control. But what is within your control is how you respond. What is within your control is your effort, your attitude, your choices. The day your life changes is the day you stop wasting energy on things you can't change and start focusing on what you can do. You can't control the economy, but you can control how much value you bring to the marketplace. You can't control what other people think of you, but you can control how much effort you put into becoming the best version of yourself. Tell me, what's something in your life that you've been stressing over, but that's outside of your control? What would happen if you let go of that stress and focused on what you can do right now with what you have? That's a powerful shift. And when you make it, your whole perspective changes. The day your life changes is the day you realize that most of life is about perspective. It's about how you choose to see things. You can choose to see challenges as obstacles, or you can choose to see them as opportunities for growth. You can choose to see setbacks as failures, or you can choose to see them as lessons. You can choose to see life as something happening to you, or you can choose to see it as something happening for you. That shift in perspective, that's when everything changes. Because when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. How are you seeing your life right now? Are you seeing it through the lens of limitation, or are you seeing it through the lens of possibility? The day your life changes is the day you choose to see your life as a series of opportunities waiting for you to step into. And let me leave you with this. The day your life changes is not a one-time event. It's a decision you make every single day. Every day you have the choice to act, to grow, to take responsibility, to contribute, to be better than you were yesterday. Every day you can choose to make today the day your life changes. So, what will you choose today?